Değerli misafirler, Abdullah Gül Üniversitesi'ne hoş geldiniz. Bugün burada sizleri Hollanda Konsolosluğu, Dutch Culture, Innogar Art ve ArtsMap ailesi olarak ağırlamaktan mutluluk duyuyoruz ve Prince Class Foundation. Heyecanlı dolu bir 2 gün bizi bekliyor. Şu an bilinçli biçimde Türkçe konuşuyorum çünkü İngilizce çevirinin yapılıp yapılmadığını test etmeye çalışıyorum aslında. Bütün etkinlik Türkçe ve İngilizce olarak Zoom üzerinden, webinar üzerinden, YouTube üzerinden yayınlanıyor. Şu an salonda da sanıyorum Türkçe ve İngilizce çeviriyi aynı anda dinleyebiliyoruz. Etkinliğimize hoş geldiniz. Bugün sizlerle aslında kısa bir giriş yapayım ne yapacağımızla ilgili. Bu güzel etkinliği Elis Bartolomos'la birlikte organize etmeye çalıştık. Biz bir hayal kurduk sizler için. Oyunun geleceğini düşünmeye çalıştık. Oyun sektörünün gelecekte bize neler sağlayacağını anlamaya çalıştık. Onun üzerinden sizlerle bu konuda uzmanları yan yana getirip yeniden başka şeyler hayal etmek istedik. Biraz teknoloji konuşacağız, biraz oyunun geleceğini konuşacağız. Bu dünyada neler oluyor onlara bakacağız ve yarın aslında biraz da eğleneceğiz, bir oyun oynayacağız, birlikte tasarım yapacağız. Sonunda da hep birlikte aslında bu etkinliğin en önemli işlerinden birini birkaç sonuçla birlikte sonuçlandıracağız. O da heyecan verici olacak diye düşünüyorum. Kısaca bahsetmek gerekirse bugün bir panelimiz var. 4 tane de iyi örnek sunumu izleyeceğiz hep birlikte. Ben sözü çok uzatmadan öncelikle rektörümüze sözü vermek istiyorum. Cengiz Hocam, Abdullah Gül Üniversitesi Rektörü Profesör Doktor Cengiz Yılmaz'ı kürsüye davet ediyorum açılış konuşmaları için.
Good morning. I'm going to speak in English. Please don't worry. I'm not going to hold the stage for a long time. Just a brief, short welcoming speech, and then I'm going to leave the stage to the real owners of this event. I would like to welcome you to Abdullah Gül University. We're very happy and delighted to host this event and have you here. A series of seminars and workshops within the context of this program entitled Play, Sustainable Culture, I guess, right? Great. Integrating arts and technology for the purpose of finding a balance and harmony between actually arts and technology and understanding and shaping the future of cultures and societies. I think that's a very important issue, very critical issue. So I think this event is in and of itself, is a very important event. And as I understand, the specific focus of the event is going to be on the roles of games and gaming as they relate to this quest. I'm pretty sure the scope of discussions here shall touch on to most critical aspects of the future of societies as they relate to this balance between arts and harmony between arts and technology. So I'm very happy and proud to have this event here in our university. I would like to express our gratitude to every single individual and institution who has contributed to the making of this event, including, of course, the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands and the Consulate General of the Netherlands in Istanbul, and all other constituents and participants of this ArtsMap platform, which I heard about real recently, but I'm really impressed about it. Again, I hope the discussions here are going to yield the most fruitful avenues for the future of humanity, because the topic is incredibly important, and I'm sure it's going to have that kind of an impact. That's basically all of it. Thank you very much.
Cengiz Hocam, thank you very much for your kind invitation and welcoming. I think it's time to welcome Ipek van Dijk from Consulate of Netherlands. She is the general coordinator of the cultural affairs, as I guess. Hopefully I will pronounce it in a correct way. In fact, this is your turn. Please open the organization, and I really I kindly invite her with a big applause, because she's the main I don't know, person to make this happen possible.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyways, I was not ready to give a speech as I was thinking that I was going to do that tomorrow, but I'm just going to welcome, because I think we're going to in a little bit go into a very nice interview with Dilara, who is going to be joining us from the Netherlands, from Prins Claus Fons. That's interesting to see. And Alice Bartholomeus. I would like to welcome all of you here. This is the first train-the-trainer sessions of ArtsMap. ArtsMap was a dream that was actually started 4 years ago as a result of a co-working together with Istanbul Cultural and Arts Foundation. We went around Turkey. We discovered many cities and the cultural needs of the cities. And then we ended up having lots of new contacts and new networks in our hands. And we didn't know what to do first with all these people we had in our hands, and the needs and the information that we had, the data. So we thought we need a good partner to turn this information available for everyone. And not only for Turkey and the Netherlands, but also hopefully a global one. So we gathered our forces together with Inogar Arts, and we created ArtsMap. And this is the reason why we're all here right now today. And this was a dream of not only mine, but also my co-creator, Mert Fred, and his organization, Inogar Arts. As well as this idea, this structure, the new ecosystem has brought many people together, such as Dutch culture, as well as Prins Claus Fons. I do not want to tell more about it, because we're going to be talking in a little bit with Alice. I just want to inform you that unfortunately our consul, our ambassador, Vice Deputy Ambassador Erik Westraat, supposed to be here actually, but yesterday night he became ill. We don't know what it is yet, but I think we might guess. We hope not, but we hope that he will feel very well soon. He sends his greetings, and he has some words as well that he has brought with, but I would like to share them with you tomorrow. For now, this is a welcome, and I'm very happy to have people from all around Turkey, as well as from the Netherlands, all professionals, to solve one big issue, which we're going to be talking in a second. So welcome, and thank you very much for being here.
Please be on the stage, because I think it's time to start up something. And invite one of the masters of this organization, Alice Bartholomeus. Please come here. I think I have to give some information for her. She is marvelous. We make lots of meetings online and create this event. And this is your turn to contact with Prins Claus Foundation with Dilara. And just open up all of the sessions and to organize what we are discussing about. Okay.
Shall I move there? Or,
Yes.
okay.
Take a seat here, please. Yes, thank you very much, Burak. We have been connected thanks to IPAC. Is my recording good? Oh, I can, of course. That's something I forget. Thank you. So I'm also going to sit down. First I thought Dilara was going to sit here, but I forgot she's going to be online. So I'm very grateful for meeting IPAC many years ago, and I remember there was an event in Amsterdam, and she was sitting very much in front and asking very critical questions to everyone on stage, and I was really thinking, who's she? Now I know you, and I'm very happy, because she made me and Burak match, but there are other people in this audience that I have been matched up with thanks to IPEC and her colleagues. And we're trying to scale this, matching these 2 days. And we're going to start with an interview with IPEC and Dilara. And Dilara is going to be online. I don't know if she's already there.
Yes.
Are we able to see or hear her? I'm not sure.
Yes,
Oh, that's funny to see.
there she is.
Dilara, welcome. How are you doing?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good, good, very good. Would you be able to introduce yourself in a short few minutes, 2 minutes?
Yes, sure. So my name is Dilara Yarin-Kanık. I'm working at the Prince Claus Fund as a manager exchanges. The Prince Claus Fund is supporting artists from Africa, Asia, Latin America, Eastern Europe, and the Caribbean. And we have been focusing more now on individuals since this year. And my role is really to connect people amongst themselves, but also like with Dutch platforms, museums, etc. So I'm also organizing this speed date, annual speed date of the Prince Claus Fund. Like in 2019, we had the speed date with 250 people. So that was really interesting. And yeah, I think that's it for now. I will tell more later.
Thank you very much. And first, I also would like to invite everyone to ask questions. If you have a question in between, you just raise your hands, and she's there with the camera, with the microphone to hear your question. Because we are being recorded and this is being shown live. So if you want to share the link, that's possible, or if you want to see it later, that's also possible. But that's also why we are in this practical situation of recording. And at the end of my questions, you're very welcome to ask your questions also. So IPEC, I start with you.
Yes.
Why are we here today together?
Well, that's a very true question, a very right question. So we're here actually today because of ArtsMap. As I have made a little introduction of what ArtsMap is, we are here today specifically for one question, and that is how can gaming industry influence arts and cultural industry. But before going there, maybe it is nice to give a little bit more information about the connection, why we're here together with Dilara. But I will leave that up to you as well to answer. Probably you would like to as well. We have been for years doing speed dating as a form of matchmaking people, as a form of creating sustainable dialogues and putting some seeds in communication so that new projects could come out. But due to pandemic, we have failed to do so in various different ways. We tried to do many projects, and it was some of them were very interesting and some of them very innovative. But we realized that the arts and culture world started to have more questions around these two words, sustainability and circularity. And mainly, as the cover, we're here for that. We're here to find a new tool, actually, for ArtsMap in the future, which is a global ecosystem which first supports arts and culture industry with micro support funding. Secondly, creates visibility for everyone that are on the network, and creates an environment where they can meet with each other without being dependent on the third parties. And finally, where we are right now, train-the-trainer sessions, professionals exchanging their know-how with each other for answering the local questions in a global way. So that is mainly why we're here for, so we're thanks to ArtsMap, we're here actually.
Great, thank you. Dilara, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, I heard about the ArtsMap, and then I thought, oh, it's so interesting because it really links to the things that I'm doing at the Prince Claus Fund. So then I contacted EPAC and we started talking about also the speed dating and online possibilities for that. And I think the ArtsMap can only grow also with all the other embassies, with the network that the Prince Claus Fund has all over the world. So I think it's really interesting to make this connection, because I think we should work more together internationally, and especially finding the right tools to do so as well, you know, because you don't have to invent the wheel constantly, but if there's already this platform, I think collaboration is really important. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Great. And why is ArtsMap focused on Turkey and the Netherlands in first at this moment mostly, and with the ambitions later for more?
Maybe it's good that I answer this. First of all, I think it's good to tell you a little bit about what the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands does as within cultural field. We work under two objectives of the international cultural policies. The first objective is to present and represent Dutch culture and arts in Turkey. And secondly, to support projects that are designed to make social nuance, and as a result of co-design, co-production. So therefore, ArtsMap is by itself is supporting these two objectives. Thinking in a design way, we didn't want it to just go global, because that is very hard to monitor. That's very hard to it's a big challenge, and not because of that only, but because ArtsMap from the beginning has always been an organic structure. It started as a research, it turned into a conference, then it turned into an ecosystem, online ecosystem, and at this moment we are establishing contacts with more than 700 people registered to the ArtsMap from various different disciplines, from heritage to design to fine arts to performance arts. We're now concentrating on the Netherlands and Turkey just to have a great base, so that in the near future we can carry on with other posts of the Netherlands in the world, which there are many of them, as well as our partners such as Goethe Institute or Institut Français, partners that we're constantly working together to act and make it a bigger and more sustainable network. But that is also where we met with Prince Claus Funds as well, because Prince Claus Funds, as one of the biggest arts and cultural funds of the world, their network is also global. And it's also, for now, we're also trying to figure out how we can do this pilot in terms of bringing people together in Turkey and the Netherlands, so that we can do the same thing for the rest. So it is a process. It's a living lab, to say, as we are the little lab rats, so to say, to figure out what's the best way to do so.
Yeah, nice. We're the little lab rats in here. Yeah. Indeed, it's very nice that we have to find the obstacles to overcome, so we can smoothen the path for the global ambitions. And what I like to, there's one expression of what games are, or what a game is overcoming the voluntary attempt to overcome unnecessary obstacles. And nice. I think that's a very good quote to remember, that's also what we are here to try to smoothen these obstacles. Definitely. But definitely. Still make it a good challenge. Definitely. And can I ask first, Ipek, what would be the ideal outcome after these 2 days for you, and also looking back next year on these 2 days, please?
Yeah. I think there are many ideals, as we always try to achieve all at the same time, but one would be really find a real tool that could work within the structure that we have created through artsmap.info, which is an inclusive system that matchmakes and speed dates people. So this is something that would be wonderful, that if we would have at the end of the day at least the idea or the structure that we can use and apply on a global scale. That would be amazing. Of course, we also understand that this is a bit too much to ask, but at least the seeds, the ideas can be born here. Secondly, is ArtsMap is here to connect people. So today we have 6 guests from the Netherlands, 5 guests plus 1. And also 15 guests from all around Turkey to actually connect. So it's ideal to see what happens within these game jams. Maybe our participators will create something totally different, but that serves ArtsMap or that serves the connection or a sustainable project could be born. The ideal is to indeed start a dialogue that can continue and grow organically from our side.
Yeah, thank you. And that made me think, you mentioned speed dating. You both mentioned speed dating as a very good tool. And what I like is that we can also express that that's already partly, you're playing the game already. Because speed dating is in a way a game, because you have very constrained framing, limited time, limited conditions, and people have to do whatever they need to do within that limited time. So you're actually applying sort of game rules or game elements already. And I was very curious, if you would have to choose between speed dating or matchmaking, Dilara, which one would you choose and why?
I don't want to choose because I think both are different kind of systems or methods. Because with speed dating, it's really about the spontaneous encounter. As I'm organizing these speed dates, it's like 250 people in one big room, and then you sit in front of each other, and of course, I mean, people are reading maybe the biographies of each other. Looking at certain disciplines that they want to be part of, but still you can really make it as spontaneous as you'd like. So I really believe in the spontaneous kind of speed dating, because beforehand maybe you have an idea, I want to speak to this person or to that person, but then you're never, you might be really surprised who you're going to speak to when you just sit in front of each other, have only 10 minutes, and then show your work. And I really like that surprise effect. But I'm also doing like more the matchmaking. So as I said, I'm linking up people to, for example, institutions in the Netherlands. So if they're working on a certain theme or topic, I could see in our network who have we been supporting that are working within the same themes. And then I'm trying to, connect the people and the institutions together. So I think these are different things, but I think in a speed date, you can also combine it, like maybe have some room for matchmaking as well, because I think like last year we had an online speed date session for the first time. And I was using an app, but I wasn't really satisfied with it. That's also why I'm really happy about these 2 days. And hopefully some magic will happen and something really nice will come out. But I think it would be nice to have that option of like a matchmaking option, but also leave room for this, for this spontaneous kind of moments. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And what about you, Ipek? What would you choose?
I totally agree with Dilara as well. It's creating an analog speed dating was extremely hard. I remember myself standing upon 20 papers trying to, because I really wanted to match make people as well. Because that spontaneity is very important, because you never know, as Dilara said, what will come out of it. So regardless of the discipline, regardless of where you're coming from. But at the same time, when you bring right people together, just like Barak Asidiskender and you, then it's fireworks. It's definitely also a big part. And as the consulate and embassy, we constantly do this. Actually, we are the ones who people come and ask, hey, I have this concept and I really would love to work with someone from the Netherlands. I'm sure that Dilara is having the same communication with hundreds of people weekly basis. So this is something actually also not only for the industry but for our health and for our mind that it is necessary that we find a sustainable method that is not dependent on one person's knowledge. Because I'm very happy about sharing my knowledge, but then I fail to satisfy that 100 people at the same time sometimes. So it is important to create a system where we can also communicate with everyone inclusively and equally, as the Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. So this is one of the biggest challenges, and with such a tool, speed dating, which we use in the Netherlands very often in terms of funds and subsidies, because as you might already know, Netherlands is considered one of the heavens for funds and subsidies for arts and culture. If you ask to the arts and cultural world, it's not probably so, but it is definitely perceived like that in the world. It is necessary to bring people together to start something, and in the last 2 years we have seen that this was like almost impossible to do so. So it serves different kind of needs, matchmaking and speed dating both. We can't choose. We can separate it maybe during an event, but I also refuse to choose this.
Yeah, that's actually something we like to do in game design, to polarize, to stretch things to the max, to make people force to think about the contrast, and that helps. And it's very funny that people very much overlook that in many games you either live or die, which is quite heavy, but it's totally taken for granted for the sake of the game. So that's interesting. Yeah. Thank you for the answer. And do you have a way to measure the impact of your events? Dilara first.
Yeah, well, it is difficult to really measure it because these are all human connections, and sometimes, of course, you wish that, like as Ipek said, that there are fireworks immediately. But sometimes a connection, it takes a lot of time to really get to that point that that it turns out into a collaboration and we cannot we haven't monitored everything. We have, of course, some examples of people that went to the speed date and they've been invited to like a festival or a joint collaboration with another artist. So these things are happening, and we have examples of it. But I think this is also an interesting, well, that would be a dream also for me to have that as maybe part of the arts map, that you could like really have it mapped as well, like what is it leading to, like that you can really put it in the map and see the exchanges visually. That would be really interesting. We're always sending out a survey after a speed date has happened, also to improve our method, our system, but also to see, okay, who did you meet and were there any interesting leads? But that's right after the speed date has happened. So, and I think it takes time, and I think time, as Ipek said, like we take things slowly because we're all, connections take time, especially like valuable connections.
Yeah, true. Yeah, the word sustainable is not an easy measurable topic, but that's just what we are aiming to see, like how can we do it, and that's we will all face tomorrow when we will be creating something to see how can we maximize that. I also really like the words you used earlier, Ipek, from planting the seeds and creating an ecosystem, because it's very interesting if you go to the botanic gardens and you hear how beautiful designed nature is. and how many seeds you need to have just a few plants and new seeds growing, but the scaling of nature is very interesting too. And we learned a lot from that during Corona. I mean, I know in Holland a lot of people started to appreciate nature, but that's very good to see that you are actually gardeners in a way, how you foster this matchmaking.
I think it's all of us. It's all about at the end being in sync, and being in sync in human way is definitely communication. So therefore, at a certain moment, in a funds and subsidy world, for example, the indication changes. It transforms into something that therefore the results that comes in, is it a success or not, also changes. It transforms. It only one thing stays after, and that is the impact that you create, that you leave behind. We also try to use within the projects that we do, impact curating is what we are also doing. So like creating something is not anymore enough. Creating something that can exist by itself and that can circularly grow or circularly affect other systems and turns into an ecosystem, just like ArtsMap is one of the results, for example, which we very much value. So therefore, it's, you know, arts and culture has always been very hard to evaluate or report when it comes to numbers. It's not economy department, it's not innovation department that we could say percents. Of course, you can always count like how many people visited a theater, how many people will be watching this at this moment, because it is time. So when people will look for it, as long as it's there, the impact is growing and growing and growing. Proof of that is the ArtsMap, because this is a result of, I mean, almost 700 people are together right now because of research that started 4 years ago. And everyone around Turkey knows each other now. I can say this boldly, it's a very big country, there are various different cities, but not only through the ArtsMap, but through really making connections through arts and culture and openness and transparency. We have built up this network, and we're hoping that this is the best result and actually best example for other fields of work, sectors, to imitate. And that would be the success, I think, in terms of results.
Yeah, thank you very much. That also reminds me a bit of the conversation I had yesterday with EPEC. Also,
the other EPEC.
The other EPEC over there. Just for the scale proportions, it's interesting to know that the Netherlands, we only have 17 million inhabitants, which is only part of Istanbul. Just because I think it is very interesting to see that the potential of Turkey, what it has inside, what it can take outside globally, and what the Netherlands have been doing and trying to do, being small but also internally. I think that's also interesting to address, because we are looking at a lot of obstacles crossing these borders and barriers that we face. Yeah. For instance, this is a very clear example of one of the obstacles we are facing these 2 days, but also ArtsMaps. Yeah. Normally I don't like to focus on obstacles, but did you face, can you address obvious obstacles in the matchmaking?
You want to go first?
Obstacles. What kind of like technical or like in what way?
Yeah, for instance, I just addressed that the language is quite a barrier to have matchmaking between Dutch and Turkish artists, and and cultures, how to communicate with each other and find problems there, because you come from a different background. So language is of course a barrier. We also see that when we have the cultural speed date in December each year,
We try to have certain people available during the speed date because there are a lot of people that, speak French, and so to have a bit of some of the people that know certain languages, to have them around. But still, it's difficult, of course, because you're having these amazing network with so many other languages that are not being spoken by everyone. The other thing is, I think, because we're also talking about digital speed dating, and within the pandemic, I think we've seen the differences in the world also in terms of accessibility. I mean, I could sit and work as I do now, which is amazing that I can be part of this program from, being at home in my comfortable house. But there are so many people that lack that possibility of access. So that's also a thing, like you want to be inclusive all the time, but there are so many things that are holding us back because of the accessibility of certain technology that's still not available to everyone. So there are many things actually that are being difficult still. But I hope that we can also find a way, especially the language barrier, to include like different translations. And of course, we have Google Translate, so it needs to have a bit of time to that you can use it. But that there are still some options for the translation barrier, I think. But I think that the question is more bigger, like with technology issues in a general sense. Yeah.
Thank you. And Deepak, any other obstacle?
Well, in the old normal, when we literally came face to face, there were very little, because even language was not an obstacle. We could just use this. We were creatives, and creativity really won every time that people came together. Even sign language or just physical would be like enough. But the challenges started with the new normal. As Dilara said, the obstacles were mainly for us technical, but specifically about design communication, or communication design, the other way around. So that is something that we have been trying to imitate what we have been doing before, because that was the best style, so we want to imitate it. But that maybe is the problem, actually, because it's about being open to the new. And that is why, actually, we're also here to explore this, the answer of this question, because this might be a local question right now in Kayseri and Abdullah Gül University, but this is the challenge of various different industries to have a sustainable communication design within their organization or within the network that they have. But eventually, I think many people may have heard me saying this, but this is a motto that we try to take it also within Netherlands, within our government, local governments. There's always a question, and there's always an answer for this question, and that answer is always a result of a design. And if you create that design in an inclusive way, because the question is not only affecting one person or one sector. Just like this one, we have arts and culture, but we have the experts of gaming and innovation to enhance the knowledge and bring it together. So you cannot actually, so I don't see any obstacles in terms of that as well. So I don't want to go for there is an obstacle. I want to actually state that there are more advantages in this position, and it's more exciting than it used to be, because this is something new, and we're literally, as you said, we're the writers of the new art history, maybe, the future's history. So we're the writers, we're the creators, and that is more of an advantage than an obstacle in my point of view, because there's a lot of creativity, and all the sectors have to work together now. We know that we cannot do it alone anymore, and that awareness coming with pandemic welcome. It's very nice, because that is something that we had to already start, and in various different departments or various different sectors, such as economy or climate adaptation is, for example, one of the biggest issues. And we have to work together and bring every aspect together. And I think in the future, design of the future, gaming industry has the biggest role, one of the biggest role, because it is definitely going everywhere, and it's definitely capable of responding various different questions as well.
Yeah, true. Thank you. Because that was my question, but you already answered that.
I'm sorry. I just went along with it.
Yeah,
sorry.
it's very good. What is the role of gaming industry in arts and culture?
Yeah.
But it's very clear what you state, that we play a big role, and that's also the reason why we are piloting the trainers, because also we have been discussing this a lot, that so we don't match really as an art discipline. However, art discipline matches inside our gaming industry, and but we are so interdisciplinary as what we develop, and we're also still very young. But there's so many disciplines are inside game development, and we think about systems inside games, and so much can take place tomorrow. So I'm not going to start become more abstract and vague in that sense, but we can really foster these initiatives and the ambitions of ArtsMap. I would like to ask the audience if you have a question to Dilara or Ipek. No questions, because I do have one more here. So if you would have to choose, again, I'm forcing you to choose, would you prefer to have more matchmaking or more meaningful and less amount of matches?
Like
Dilara.
quantity or quality, you mean? Like,
Yeah, actually,
okay.
quantity or quality?
Yeah, that's a simple answer or question. I think the second option, because I think you know, of course we have such a big network, and it's important to have this opportunity to meet as many as people as you'd like. But I really believe in the valuable connections that are taking a bit more time and that last longer. I mean, if I look, we're all human beings, right? If you look at your own, maybe at the people that you meet and that stick with you for a longer time, that's really important, I think, for a human being.
Yeah, thank you, because that's a good parameter we need to find a solution, to know that we want to have a meaningful connection. And that's again something that we have in game design as a topic, that we want to make as many people play as possible, play with our games, play with us, and how can we, but then the meaningfulness play is even more important, and we are always balancing that. It's also an ethical dilemma, how to balance that in a very good way, and not just to make people play, but really to make them interact with you and with your content. So that's, I think, a good framing for these 2 days, what we want to achieve. Now I'm looking if I have one more. Do you maybe have a question to
If
us?
I may add to that, it's always obviously we go for the quality, we all want the quality, but I also, when it comes to meeting, matchmaking or speed dating, when I look back into my career, I also happen to just meet people, lots of people, and at the end created something meaningful afterwards. So, for example, the 400 people that I have met during the research, it wasn't all hours and hours of talk. Sometimes I just met with someone in 15 minutes, but I knew the keywords that defined their work, and later on I had the chance to get back to it. So I understand that the results, we want quality, that's for sure, but I think a kennismaking, an introduction is an introduction, and you never know what kind of nerves or at least this is how it works with me, but I am a communicator. I believe in communication as a form of belief also. So in terms of quantity, it's also important at some points. Sometimes you never know what's going to come out.
Yeah.
So I don't want to erase that either. So
No,
again,
it's
I'm
true.
not choosing.
Again.
Neither of them I'm choosing. But
It's good. She chose that one, you choose that one,
Yeah.
and we have a good balance
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
No, but it's very true that we need quantity to get to quality.
Yeah.
So there's a good following in that. And it's also, sometimes it takes time. For instance, I'm meeting people I haven't seen for 3-4 years. And that's also valuable. Sometimes a match takes place and is not sustainable at that moment, but it takes time to prosper or come back alive.
Definitely,
So thank you.
definitely. Thank you.
Burak, do you have a question? Yeah. Yeah. For the next session, how to make these questions happen, these answers. Yeah. So then I think we're going to end this interview. Dilara, you will be following us today, and you will be in the judge tomorrow to discuss if which team has won. You will all find out tomorrow how we're going to do that. But so I'm happy that you're participating even from that distance.
Yeah, it's really nice that I'm able to do so. And that's also what the pandemic has showed, like we can make these valuable connections also online. And that's really interesting also for me to have found out the past 1.5 years, because before I was like, okay, I didn't really believe that much in the internet or something, but now it has shown the possibilities, and it has, yeah, I think also the possibility to bring people together even more. And that's why I'm really interested in the future of online speed dating and what it can bring, because also the Prince Claus Fund is working internationally, and it's difficult to bring everybody to the Netherlands all the time, you know. So we need to have this online system to bring everybody together.
Yeah, great. Yes, nice. Yeah, actually, I thought when we were preparing this, I never would have believed that we would be flying over here to be here in person, because I thought due to Corona and also sustainability, of course. But then I also can say that there's a quality effort or a quality aspect in that finally meeting Burak in person is also really meaningful and very important.
Yeah.
So definitely.
Thank you for this interview.
Thank you
And,
for great questions.
Thank you. And we will continue this conversation these 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alice, İpek, Dilara. That's a very nice beginning, I hope. So it's time to start up with a nice panel to understand what is going on in the sector and how we use this gaming tool as a kind of a communication tool. So I kindly invite 3 distinguished guests. One is from AGU, one is from TOP, and the other one is from Hack for Art. First of all, Aktan Acar, please welcome to the stage, and Ahmet Erdem Tozoğlu, and lastly, Aysun Demirdoğan Şener from Hack for Art. We will discuss the game as an interactive communication tool with them. And there will be a kind of another guest from Istanbul using this Zoom webinar session, Şükrü Kuran from Bahçeşehir University, and he also participates this panel. Okay, a few minutes for preparing ourselves. Okay. So let me give a few information at this moment for Aktan Acar. He is in Department of Architecture at Top University. Please, Aktan Hocam. And Ahmet Hocam. microphone, I think. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I get the microphone now, and welcome again. Hopefully it's a kind of a nice and innovative panel to all our guests, and we will start to discuss about what we can do with this gaming instrument. Could we start with Aktan Hocam, with you? Could you explain how can you use this gaming tool in education?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for your invitation. It's great to be here and to meet all these great people. When I heard that I will have only 5 minutes to talk about our experience, I said, okay, I was brutal with my students when I asked them to present their project in 3 minutes. So now I guess. So let me show. Or we discuss, or I don't know. Oh, thank you. Actually, they are just videos.
Only videos.
Only videos, couple of videos.
So
Because
could we shift the screen?
in the meantime, I'll try to talk about it a little bit more. So I'm trying to make our students learn about architecture during their first year basic design studio, and with the coronavirus pandemic, I decided to run my course in Minecraft Education Edition. It's a learning platform, game-based learning platform, and it's a result of a collaboration with Mohang Studios and Microsoft. So I will show a couple of videos just to explain the basic idea behind this course. So I'm not going to talk about the best parts of learning and gaming. You all know that. So this is creative collaboration and ice-breaking part. It was one of the first sessions of our experience. Could you please, ben çalıştırabiliyor muyum buradan? Tamam. So it's just a labyrinth. They are trying to get used to the environment. Some of the students are very advanced in Minecraft because they are playing, all the time. Some of them were very new about that. So they are getting to know the environment, each other, collaborating, talking. So we have 30 students here. They are playing together. So, when you try to make people learn something or try to foster their learning, first of all, you need to appreciate their previous learnings. It's very important. We need to recognize what they already know. And the second thing is their inner motivation, and the third thing is their readiness. So they need to be ready. They should have inner motivation, and they should, they must know that what they already knew is recognized and appreciated. So this environment helped a lot for that. So we started with a labyrinth. They, meet. We introduced the studio. By the way, before we start the semester, last fall semester, just after the pandemic, we built our design studio building in Minecraft, and we welcome our students there inside the Minecraft. So, by the way, they are talking and communicating using the Discord platform. Bir sonrakine geçebilir miyiz? So this was the appreciation of previous learning, and it was a good start for collaborative peer learning activity. And the second video is about discovering architecture and space, because it's a basic design studio and it's important to get to know the main issues about that. What we discovered with Minecraft Education Edition, it is an incredible environment providing first-person perspective, and it was quite helpful in discovering the space within the game. So now they are trying to help me to get out of the labyrinth they built, and you will see that one of the students' avatar is helping me, guiding me within the labyrinth. So, most of the time we just use representation techniques in two-dimension, three-dimension, but they are mostly kind of flat. But here we just walk, we just discover in 3 dimension, and she's going to move aside, move her avatar aside to let me go out. So they are playing, they are in the computer environment, but they feel like it's real. I feel like it's real. And so now they guide me out of the labyrinth. Bir sonraki lütfen. So it was very great, I mean, incredible opportunity to discover the space in computer game. This is another example from our students' works. Every year I ask them, I mean, all together we walk through in Ankara to discover the city. And last year we didn't have that opportunity. So we asked them to pick seminar buildings in Ankara and model and build those buildings in Minecraft environment. This is the former presidency settlement, the campus, Çankaya Köşkü, and our students, unfortunately color is not that much good, explaining that, okay, I walked through the building and I realized that if I had a chance to design that building, I put that dinner hall, that tower, that part. So he just used the drawings. By the way, they learned how to read the drawings, 2-dimensional drawings, and they learned how to develop them in 3 dimension. Bir sonraki lütfen. So as you see, gradually we started from discovering the Minecraft and collaboration, and then discovering the space, and then building an already designed or built something. And this is another example. It was Halkbank building, and it became the Treasury Secretary's something. And they built whole campus. It's in Ankara, and they are guiding me. And this part is the best part. Again, they move aside to let me out. So, you know, they didn't think that it's another atmosphere or environment. They just live inside that. Some of the parents can think that it is dangerous, but not. Okay, thank you. Bir sonraki lütfen. So we are 30 students. In each session we can have 30 students all together. So this was the final work. At the end of the semester, after 3 months, I asked them to imagine and realize one of the Asimov's greatest novels, The Caves of Steel. So they read the novel and they imagined all the spaces, and they tried to build it inside the Minecraft world. Why I chosen that novel? It was not adapted, so they didn't have much visual clues. They started from the very beginning, and it was a great experience to see how they imagined, discussed, and rebuilt, created that science fiction novel inside the Minecraft environment. You can see all these videos in our YouTube channel. It's Mindcraft etu, because I call it Mindcraft when I'm talking about Basic Design Studio, because it's a crafting the mind, and I'm not trying to teach them to design something. I'm trying to help them to craft their own mind in architectural education. Thank you. I hope.
Okay, thank you very much. But I think we answered a kind of our question, the communication tool, because as we know, the beginning of the architecture is a bit complex. We trying to teach our students a new language to communicate. So we are using this instrument to create a kind of a new communication tool, as I understand. Am I right?
Yes. One of my students said that at the beginning of the semester, okay, it was really, you know, scary, and, you know, it's strange to look at each other from Zoom windows. When we were at the studio, we were looking at you, but now we are looking at each other. It's a really difficult position, situation for all these. They are not that much, you know. I lost the word for that. Ergenlik için ergen olmak. Teenager, yeah, for teenagers it's really difficult, you know.
Yeah.
All people are looking at them. Yes. So, okay, I said we need to find another way to communicate. So we are jumping, building, breaking the bricks, the blocks of Minecraft, and it also provide a common language because they already know that. They had previous knowledge about that, and it's a great opportunity to have them learn together. So it's a collaborative learning. It's a creative communication. At the end of this semester, one of the students, she didn't know anything about Minecraft. She was able to coding inside the Minecraft. So, and just with the help of peers, the students, classmates. So this collaboration and communication, I think, is the first of everything if we are talking about learning. I mean, I think the environment, the ecosystem is much more important than the content itself most of the time.
Thank you very much. And I think it's time to ask Aysun Hanım these communication problems. You are trying to organize a new project to break up this communication instrument. What is your best case for us?
Well, it was a Hack for Art project, and it just finished at 2019, but also continue with outputs. I will prefer to present in Turkish with the trust of the translation team.
Yes, you can go.
Thank you. Waiting for the presentation. Not boring details. Hack for Art aslında başladığı zaman epey farklı problemlere yönelik başladı. Daha enteresan şeylere evrildi. Ben Aysun, Teknoloji Transfer Ofisi'nde çalışmaktayım. Aynı zamanda sanat teknolojileri üzerine de son 5 yıldır derinlemesine bir ekiple beraber bakıyoruz. Hack for Art dediğimiz zaman aslında buradaki olay tamamıyla farklı kitleleri, özellikle yaratıcı ekosistemdeki kitleleri aynı dili konuşturmaya çalışma ve bunun içinde çeşitli araçları kullanabilme. Bunlardan biri Hacking Marathon dediğimiz zaten hackathon serisi, diğer etkinlik serileri ve bir takım da çalışmalar için araçlar kullandık. Burada en büyük problem aslında 3 tane kitle var. Hani geeks, artist ve business tarafı tamamen bambaşka dili konuşuyor. Ve bu 3 kitleyi aynı dili konuşturacak çeşitli neler olabilir diye aynı problemin altında toplayabilerek ancak yapabiliriz gibi düşündük. Yani bu şuna benziyor. Dünyadaki bütün savaşı yok etmek için tek bir probleme odaklanmalarını sağlarsanız buna benzer bir dil çıkarma amaçlı futuristik bir yaklaşımla o dönem ekosistemdeki toplulukla Ege Üniversitesi el hijyen datası üzerine çalışıldı ve bunun üzerine sanatsal araçlar geliştirildi. Bu geliştirirken de 8 tane eser, ikisi fiziksel çıktı. Tamamen bambaşka kitleler, mühendis, iş insanları, yani şirket sahipleri ve müzisyen, artistler de dahil olmak üzere çeşitli mentorlarla çalışıldı. Bazı model geliştirildi. Esas ilginç olan bir tanesini göstermek istiyorum. Herhangi bir iletişim aracı, sözlü iletişim aracı kullanmadan anlaşma yöntemini kullandılar. Belki biliyorsunuzdur ya da bilmiyorsunuzdur. Hastanelerde hastaların endişelenmemesi için bazı odalarda bazı semboller hasta bakıcılarla doktorların anlaşmasını sağlar. Örnek bir tane mesela yeşil yonca varsa bu düşme tehlikesi olan hasta anlamına geliyor. Bu veriyle alakalı da el hijyen sıkıntısı olan alanları hastaya hissettirmeden akvaryum formunda tanıtan bazı balıklı çalışmalar yapıldı. Bununla beraber hatta interaktif bir şekilde karşındaki kişiyi anlayan ve hangi departmanda sıkıntı olduğunu gösteren de bir çalışma vardı diyebilirim. Hemen hızlıca geçiyorum. Şimdi çok fazla online taraftan bahsettim. Offline tarafta da çevrim dışı araç olarak bu kutu oyunları tarzında verileri anlamanın da sıkıntı olduğunu görerek, yani bizim bir şeyi tanımlayabilmemiz için o verileri en başta doğru okuyabilmemiz gerekiyor diye verileri kolay okuyabilecekleri bir de çevrim dışı araç geliştirdik. Bunun için de ayrıca başka bir fon mekanizmasından da faydalanarak devam ettik diyebilirim. Burada özellikle oyun sektörüyle nasıl ilişkilendiriyoruz bu kısmı dersek biz oyun oynamayı çok seviyoruz. Yani sadece bir şey izlerken dahi ikinci elimizde telefonda bir oyun oynayabiliyoruz. Ve bu noktadan yola çıkarak da aslında oyunlar bizim için iletişim araçlarında çılgın seviyelere gelebiliyor. Bilmiyorsanız Pokemon'un Twitch'teki bir tane oyunu var ki kolektif olarak karar alma konusunda ittiriyor içerideki katılımcıyı. Ve chat üzerinden siz içeride girdiğiniz savaşı kazanmaya çalışıyorsunuz. Yani sadece bir platform değil, platformun içinde chat'i topluluk halinde kullanarak da oyunlaştırma sizi anlaşmaya itebiliyor. Bunun dışında çeşitli bazı teknik araçlar var. Bizim Hack4Art'ta yaptığımız da burada processing dilini kullanarak bir yazılım üzerinden basit bir oyun yapma. Burada hem tasarımsal yetilerini geliştirecek hem de birbirlerini takımı anlayacak bir şekilde çalışma yürüttüler. Etkinlik sırasında özellikle Güzel Sanatlar Fakültesiyle de ve mentorlarımızdan Oğuz hocamızla beraber de çalışılan bir projeydi diyebiliriz. Bunun dışında ofislerde kullanılan bir tane araç var dijitalde online. Eğer merak ederseniz diye bıraktım. Getirdi diye de görülmekte. Yakın zamanda da ilgilileri için bu tip araçları nasıl geliştiriyorlar ya da ne tip fonları tarıyorlar derseniz Türkiye'de bir tane başvurulabilir fon var. Bunda TÜBİTAK'ın sayfasından bakabiliyorsunuz. Spor odaklı ama e-spor da işin içerisinde ve iletişim araçlarını da geliştirmek için size fayda sağlayabiliyor diyebilirim. Genel olarak toparlamam gerekirse aslında oyun tamamıyla bir araç, özellikle bu iletişim sürecinde bizim kullanabildiğimiz, aynı zamanda kültür anlamında birbirleriyle bağlantılı, tamamen yeni bir dil ve bizim için keşfedilmeyi bekleyen birçok şey içeriyor. Teşekkür ederim.
Biz çok sağ olun. Belli ki yakın dönemde bu tip araçları kullanıp belki de aynı dilleri konuşmadan çözümler bulmaya başlayacağız diye düşünüyorum. Ne düşünürsünüz?
Özellikle oyunun tamamıyla milletsel dillerden bambaşka bir şey oluşturduğunu düşünüyorum. Hiçbir şekilde aynı dili konuşmayan birçok kişi çeşitli platformlar üzerinden birbirlerini izleyerek, birbirlerinin hareketlerini taklit ederek anlaşabiliyorlar. Bu da bizim için bazı kolektif algı, empati kurma algısını da geliştiriyor diyebiliriz.
Çok teşekkürler. I'll continue in English. So let's talk about another communication with the cultures. We are talking about the communication with the communities till to now, with the genders, with the teenagers and so on. But we have another problem. We have to we have to bridge our history to today. So there is a very nice example here now in AGU. Ahmet Hocam, could you give us a brief information about what you did? And by the way, with this presentation, there is also someone from Istanbul, Şükrü Kur'an Hocam. Hopefully you are online now. Maybe
yes,
you
Hocam,
would like to
I am.
add something to Ahmet Hoca's speech.
Yes, well, first of all, let me express my gratitude to the organizer team of this lovely event. I think it is very fantastic to be here, to be with this attendant. Well, this is a collaborative attempt to talk about history teaching. Well, actually, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm an assistant professor of architecture. I'm an architectural historian, therefore I am thinking and reading about history. On the other side, my partner, Şükrü Kur'an, is a computer engineer, and he likes both playing games and talking about history. So one day the idea was how to bridge those different disciplines and make history more approachable for the university students. And at the very beginning, I was not part of the team. One of my old colleagues and Şükrü started designing the course, but I was also chit-chatting with them about what to do and how to approach the issue in terms of methodology. And after a while, I became a part of the course, and our primary idea is, okay, in Turkey, most of the students don't like reading history or taking history courses. And the other problem is, especially the courses they already took were mostly about a Turcocentric point of view. we always consider that the world in history was always revolving around us. So how to have a more democratic understanding about approaching to historical issues. And we thought that we are dealing with university students, and this course should be open to everyone. It should be a general elective course. That means we need to make it approachable for everyone so that there shouldn't be any advantage or disadvantage for any other. Okay, shall we?
Open your presentation, Ahmet. Do you know where is it?
Okay.
We have a big problem.
Okay, is it possible to use my computer because I already sent the file?
Shukru has the file?
Maybe not the recent version.
Okay, maybe when we are talking something, hearing something from Shukru, you can easily.
Okay,
maybe,
okay,
yes,
okay. Because his part would be probably much more visual than mine.
Okay, so Shukru Hocam, do you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
So maybe could you give some information about the process from your side?
Yeah, of course, Hocam. So, hello. I would really like to be there in person in Kayseri, back to my former university. But due to the pandemic issues, unfortunately, I wasn't able to join in person. I'm deeply sorry for that. So, as Ahmet Hoca has explained, this is an effort actually we started back when I was in the AGU. But due to the pandemic, we would like to do the same course in a completely online setting, because this is a very easy to make. This was a course that you can give it very easily in an online setting. So as Ahmet Hoca has pointed out, this was mainly on teaching history in a more, how can I say, interesting manner, so that students are not limited to just reading and discussing. One of the key things that we focused on, can we make the students experience history? Because normally in a regular history teaching, you are a bit of a passive contributor. You cannot contribute at all. You just read and try and understand what has happened. Our approach was, can we put as the student in that context, in that time, in that cultural norm? Let's remove the students from the current norms, current times, and then put it there in a structure so that they can maybe try to make some decisions in that setting, in that time, so that they can understand why some certain people made that decisions in the 16th century, in the 17th century, in Western Europe or in Eastern Asia, something like that.
That's very
So
nice.
this is
Shukru Hocam, I have also another question to you. As I know you are a computer engineer, so I think this is a kind of a brand new field for you to experiencing the history. So what's your feelings on the process? As a kind of a, we are discussing about the communication between the societies, between the cultures, and so it also creates a kind of a new pathway for communicating the disciplines, in my opinion.
I think that was a very different approach. I have always seen that on the 4 times that we have given this course. The students are extremely interested. And the fact that they are contributing is now changing it from a monologue, I can say, a monologue way of history, teaching history, into a dialogue. Because after a while, they started to tell us, I did this because of that. Because normally you say that some king, some queen, some pasha has did something, and then they are trying to understand what has happened. Here, they are saying, I did this.
So I formulate this as a kind of immersive way of learning. They experience it. They feel themselves in the shoes of those guys. And because Shukru will mention about the games that we utilized for this experience, they were not, for instance, arcade games. They were not RPG games. They are grand strategy games, which has a certain level of AI in themselves, and they let the players to make some critical decisions, which may also affect the running of the game from a certain point of view. And those game mechanics were mostly in those games conditioned by some historical facts. So it is from a certain point of view, impossible to go very abstract, let's say, points of view. They should be tied to the real, let's say, flow of history in a, let's say, chronological point of view. So this is, I think, crucial at this point to decide which games to play as a learning or as an interaction tool. Maybe Şükrü Hoca would inform us about the games we chose for this course.
So we have tried games from different companies, but the ones that we used the most is what's, as Ahmet just said, the grand strategy games. One is called the Crusader Kings 3, and the other one is called Europa Universalis 4. So in these games, as Ahmet Hoca has explained, these are not arcade games at all. So you have a roadmap, and you are trying to deal with a nation. You are trying to give some nationwide decisions, and similarly, other players representing other AIs, representing other countries or other kingdoms in the medieval times, they are also trying to do the same for themselves. They are trying to deal with their internal politics and external politics. What do I mean by politics here? In the Crusader Kings, in the medieval context, the game designers thought that this is mainly due to communication between characters, some counts, some barons, or in the maybe a more Turkish context, some beys, beylerbeyiz, and the padişah. So those kind of politically powerful characters. So these characters, you play as one character out of thousands. And each of these characters have their own ambitions, have their own desires, their own way of thinking, goals. And so you are trying to manage them. And I'm just using this word manage, especially because the game specifically says, you are not like the, how can I say, extremely capable controller that can control everything in the country. No, you are a single person having limitations, and therefore you have to manage your kingdom together with other people. So you share responsibilities, you share roles, and you have to be careful because the other people are also human. They have their own desires, and if you don't manage them, maybe they have some bad thoughts about you, and they can cause you problems.
And other than that, I think this course also provides some other side benefits as well. For instance, an understanding or an awareness about geopolitics or geography itself. So for instance, many Turkish students know about Turkey and the neighboring regions very well. But how about, for instance, other corners of the world? Well, all these games have very interactive maps, very detailed maps, and they are quite accurate in historical point of view, and they also get to know about in time about different geographical regions and the societies living in those regions as well. So this, I think, provides some very invaluable knowledge about the previous cultures. Some of them are still existing and making a very significant contribution to the global culture, but some of them decayed in time, and we have only some artifacts found after archaeological excavations. So they had a certain awareness about those cultures, and it's also possible to mention not only about the primary actors in history. Through these games, it is also possible to mention about some less known cases. For instance, pre-Columbus Americans or colonized nations other than the colonizers. So it's also possible to play through those societies and have some certain challenges.
So it's a kind of a tool for simulating that environment.
Yeah.
Could we see some examples?
Yes. Well,
It's okay now.
Okay. Is it possible to share the screen?
They are sharing the screen, I guess. Yeah, it's coming. Oh, technology. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just skipping all these parts because we already covered. So again, the primary concern here is making history learning more approachable and full of fun for everyone. And we formulated the course by having game playing sessions and discussion sessions. So on a bi-weekly basis, we play the game all together. We discuss at some certain points making how critically approach the game engine designs, what the engineers or game designers thought to simulate a certain event in history, and is it really accurate in quotation or not, or how to make it better in a critical point of view. We discuss in some certain points, and in the following week, for instance, we talk about the historical setting, which we discussed by game playing. And here are the games, as we mentioned you before. We start with a more, let's say, familiar game. You probably all played Civilization series, maybe in your childhood years, when maybe you are in a teenager, or maybe even today. So it's more familiar for students, and it provides us some critical tools to start with. For instance, the fall or rise of nations. Is it true? Is it possible to have some golden ages, epic ages, or dark periods in history? Is it accurate? Is it possible to become a dominant one or an inferior one? Is it possible? Shall we talk about such things? So we use this game to talk about this kind of fundamental stuff. And then we have two games that Şükrü Hoca presented before, Crusader Kings 3 and Europe Universalis 4. These are very good games in terms of having this kind of interactive environment of immersive learning. And here are the benefits we observe from the students. Different students from different departments took this course, and as Şükrü pointed out, during the COVID-19 pandemics, we run this course from 2 universities, and this was a blended course of 2 universities. And we had about 50 students in total from Abdullah Gül University and Bahçeşehir University in Istanbul, and the results were quite fascinating. How we measure it? Because we have a course blog web page. Students are posting their game and history learning experience on bi-weekly basis, and they're writing really great pieces of experiences. So this is still accessible. Please type this, playingwiththepass.wordpress.com. This is our course blog page. And every year when we offer this course on spring semesters, there are always new posts, and students are writing very interesting posts here. And that's all from me. Şükrü Hocam, would you like to add anything?
You were saying that to explain the details about the game a little bit more, the company worked with history professors extensively. And for example, for the medieval Europe, they worked with some people, but for the Muslim world, they worked with other people. Or for pre-colonial America, Colombian America, they worked with specialists in the Aztec Mayan culture. So they have gone really in depth, and they try to model societies and the changes in the history. And they are saying that if a critical decision or something like that has changed, how the history will reshape itself. A very concrete example, maybe a minute one, as you know, when the Christopher Columbus formed up his fleet and he wanted to go and discover India, he originally talked to the Portuguese king, and the Portuguese king rejected him. Then he go to the Spanish king. In the game, the same thing happens. There's a guy called Christopher Columbus appears, and he goes to the Portuguese king. And if the Portuguese is controlled by an AI, the AI rejects it because it is historically true. But if you are playing as Portuguese, you can accept it. So then you have a very divergent history from there. So the game has these critical key moments etched in stone, I can say, like they are there. So you can make some course corrections or changes based on what you want to do.
Okay, thank you very much. It's I think, nice presentation to talk about our think about the communication tools with using the game or gaming instruments. Is there any kind of a question from the audience? Would you like to ask something? Okay, so maybe in brief, just summarize everything. We start with Aktan Hocam to talk about using the Minecraft game as a communication tool to how to combine the ideas and the design process and so on. And then we talk about the Hack for Art and their indiscipline and interdisciplinary service sector communication tool, gaming projection. And lastly, we talk about the gaming as a tool for communication with the cultures in different time periods. So I think this is a nice beginning to talk about or discuss about something on our minds. How can we use gaming as a tool for communication? Hopefully in the after the afternoon time, after the lunch, we go with the, some different examples, some best practices, focusing on communication or the culture issues and so on. Have a nice afternoon. Do you have some questions?
Yes, I would like to make some remarks and ask questions to Ahmet Hocam, if we have time. If you don't have time? Okay, role-playing is one of the most greatest things, I think, and I was asked to bring my most favorite game here, and I was thinking, okay, what could be? And I said, okay, role-playing, because I used to play Dungeons and Dragons games on table, and I was the best cleric of all the time. So, and I think you are doing a great job. And this role-playing and discovering the history by means of the game, helping a lot. I heard a lot from my students and my younger nephews. I'm so lucky. I have 3 nephews, 6 years old, 18 years old, and 24 years old. So they help a lot in discovering the teenagers' minds. And once they told me that many of their friends know Rome better than many of architects and historians because of the Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
So that it's a great opportunity, and it initiates a motivation to discover by playing the games. So I hope your experience, your course can mimarlık tarihi derslerinde de sizler,
yeah.
I hope.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Hocam, for this valuable comment. Well, actually, from time to time, we discuss about, for instance, adding new compartments into our course or using these games in other courses as well. Here, for instance, Assassin's Creed is a very interesting example. First of all, it is very popular. It is full of action, and the teenagers would like to play the game. And the city setting in front of your eyes are very precise. You see several details. But the problem over there is that, for instance, there's an Assassin's Creed version taking place in Istanbul.
Right.
And, well, for instance, topographical point of view, it's okay, it's nice. But when it comes to the details about architecture, then there are great failures over there. I'm an architectural historian, and I can criticize it because I know that such examples of architectures never existed in Istanbul. Because they have, despite the fact that they are working with some experts from art history discipline, they have some, I think, some generalizations about Orientalist point of view and making architecture similar to what you see in the Middle East. Okay, so there are this kind of pitfalls in the, let's say, visual design, and I think this is one of the key issues to be considered, especially for designing of the historical settings in the game sector.
That's why now we are developing a project about modeling historical settings for especially VR and AR technologies, because it's a important issue. Either we have this kind of misunderstood or misled models, or less detailed but working clear-cut models, but we need more architecturally developed models. We are trying to do that, and thanks for that. We need to
Sure, I would love to.
So this is a new beginning.
Yeah.
So there's lots of things to do. Maybe we have to think and discuss much more. How can we do it with using game? Because you know, gaming is a new communication tool, especially for the new generation. So I don't know. I'm just dreaming up to creating some tools to help to produce that kind of activities, that kind of artifacts. I don't know, digital or solid ones. You have any question? Okay.
For the translation purposes. No, I was just inspired by your question. I didn't want to, I always like asking questions, but I didn't want to do so. This is, of course, an interaction between the sector and gaming sector. But I'm curious what kind of outside sector, just like Hack for Arts, they're interested and they're kind of always in contact with artists and designers. So generally, actually, for all of you, what kind of sectors or what kind of fields are you constantly in contact with? Because in my opinion, gaming and design thinking of gaming is a great way to solve issues. That is why we're here as well, so to try and to influence the rest of the problem-solving period. But what kind of interactions do you have outside the gaming industry to really work on the worldly issues or the global issues that we're facing too? So that's something that I'm curious individually, like, so it would be lovely to hear all of you answer this.
Thank you. Özellikle elektronik, mekanik çalışan ve yazılım geliştiren kişilerin sanat alanında bir şey yapmak isteyen ve bunu ifade etme sürecinde de aslında kendisi açısından doğru kelimeler kullanırken karşı tarafta anlamı olmayan şeyler söylemesi aslında en çok karşılaştığımız şeylerden biri. Bizim de çalıştığımız zaten işte sanayideki bu iş alanlarıyla üniversitedeki farklı disiplinlerdeki yaratıcı işleri çıkaran kişilerin bir şekilde aynı noktada buluşabilmesi. Çok fazla yanlış anlaşılma da çıkabiliyor süreçler içerisinde. Bunu aşmak açısından da zaten oyun çok güzel bir araç. Sadece dijital oyun olarak değil, ciddi anlamda fiziksel anlamda metodoloji olarak kullanılan araçlar da, teknikler de bu konuda yardımcı oluyor diyebilirim. Benim eklemeden önce sizlere sözü atmak üzere şöyle bir döneyim diyeyim.
Okay, I hope I understood your question properly. Last semester I offered, you know, if you are working at the university, interacting with different industries and other parts, it's a little bit difficult than working outside of the university, so, or technology transfer officer. Last semester I offered an elective course for the university, and it was about climate change, and I asked students to develop a Minecraft world for elementary school children. So they were from different faculties, from administration, business administration, from law faculty, from medicine, so they were all from different domains, and they were asked to develop content, I mean, starting from the learning, which skills we can develop and help to develop students in their learning experience, and then they were asked to build a world in Minecraft to be played with elementary schools. So those students from different domains brought their own perspectives to the class, and then we realized that every faculty, every let's say not sector but domain, have a different approach to the climate change issue and learning and playing. So my experience about that was we need to push more about learning through playing and climate change. It was second but the most important for the moment.
I see. For our case, well, our major partner is our students so far. We have a blend of students from different backgrounds. Some are, for instance, more technical and even some experts of these fields. We had students, for instance, from Bahçeşehir University in software engineering or computer engineering departments, and they approached the issue about the engines of the games. And there were also some students about game design background, and they are mostly approaching about the how to say the visual aspects of the games. We have students from economy departments, and they are mostly dealing with the economical impact of the game content, so that we were always in communication with the students, and we were sharing what we see over there, and we were quite open to learn from the students as well. But for instance, for the next time, after having all these great speeches, it might be also nice to invite some experts from the field, maybe some game designers or interface developers to talk more about what are the challenges or obstacles they have, and how to have a fine-tuning in, and how to correct or how to improve or how to change some certain stuff in dialogue with the students about making things improve in time. So that might be, I think, a good idea after having all these great speeches. So let's see what will happen next time, next semester. And it will be also great to invite some of this audience to our classes to exchange our experience and information as well.
If I may add, we also have very interesting experiences with non-Turkish students in our courses, because history is taught in a very different manner in different countries. And for example, last semester we have a very good student from Malaysia, which had a very different perspective. And one of the things that we would like to continue in the upcoming semesters, we can maybe add some more universities from other countries, and then let them experience, for example, the Middle Eastern or the Muslim world, and let our Turkish students experience like the Western world, and then compare what they have learned in their respective countries, their regular teaching, historical teaching, and here when they interface with other students from other countries. Because, this is, I think, a good step regarding globalization, and then trying to understand what each other is thinking and learning.
Okay, my name is Yunyan Shai. I come from the Netherlands, taken here by Alice and Ipek. I once was a game developer. Nowadays I am a trainer in creativity, in design thinking. I don't have a question, but I do want to make you a big compliment, because I also had the chance to visit other countries and see how the ecosystem around game teaching or working with games is developing. What I tasted this morning already is very motivated people who not only believe in applying games in words, only in talking about it. We all talk, and we talk a lot, and we can talk forever. But doing it, making the experiment, engaging students really to step in your new teaching, that is impressive. That is impressive and very encouraging us again to keep on going, finding new ways to teach. And I heard the guest on the Zoom making connections with other countries and cultures, and in that way stepping over borders, not only physical, real borders, but also mental borders. And doing that, we will be able to find different solutions for climate problems or inclusion and gender issues. So no question from me today, but only a big compliment to you.
Thank you. But there's someone. And one more comment, I think, or a question.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Menno. I'm also from the Netherlands, obviously. I was wondering, like, I was really triggered by your saying like games are there to communicate, play for communication, and it feels like all the teaching programs that you initiate are based on getting communication there to communicate either about history, about change, about social things. And I was wondering what kind of things do you need to even leverage that a little bit more in tools or terms of, I don't know, additions to the game?
Well, actually, probably for instance, for our case, we are using the games available in the market, and we have a very critical standing against the available games. The problem here is that from business point of view, most of the games are trying to make many people happy at a time, so that, for instance, in order to make them marketable, this is the rule of the world, I know. I have no, let's say, rejection of this, but making them, in that sense, globally achievable or accessible makes things, I think, more complicated because, for instance, from history, let's say, point of view, you would like to be much more, for instance, inclusive. That's great. It's a great idea. But, for instance, the problem is that if you are designing the mechanics of the game, you, for instance, use the same mechanics to run different civilizations in time. And this might be troublesome for especially non-Western cases, because each civilization or culture has their own peculiar track in history, and none of them are identical to each other. And in that sense, I think the biggest obstacle is about the content of the games. These are in the market mostly for fun, not for education. And fun comes from making things simpler, playable, conceivable in a short time, so that the player will not give up in a short time. The games, for instance, that we use are mostly hard games for depending on our student responses. They spend hours and hours to get used to the game. But the reward is having an immersive learning environment. But for the majority of the games in the market, the problem is they are easy to play, easy to control, and have a great victory in the end, but quite few content about learning from historical facts. So games, I think game developers should also open up a new niche or a new path for this kind of educational purposes as well. But I know it is a bit hard, especially considering the market conditions.
Thank you. I am Dr. Erman Demir from Başkent University, Ankara, and working on Cultural Creative Industries Research Center. I will try to give an answer to İpek's question and also try to take my share of big compliment from there. Thank you. We are trying to use games in education like that. I appreciate all the uses, different uses, but we are trying to do something different. We try to use not games as a tool, but we try to use game development process as a tool. Like that, we try to take different terms all the course years, and I will give examples. We are working with local municipalities and work with their social workers, like disabled people's care center, and we worked with a nursery, senior people nursery, and with our medical faculties aging development geriatric division also, and try to develop games for their needs. And like these faculties said, we try to work with students from different disciplines like finance and accounting, mostly communication students, and also biomedical engineering students. A free elective course is gaming, and we are trying to keep it simple but using tabletop games only, but I try to express that, like all faculties said that, I very appreciate I cannot express the use of games as a tool, not for communicating only, but also trying to think about the different problems of different peoples, like disabled peoples, like older peoples, aging peoples, and I have an example of our games, our students' games with me, and by that I will appreciate the invitation for this event, because I think when I understand what's happening all around Turkey and also Holland, I will try to understand more, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more comments? No, okay. Let's first.
Sorry.
Okay, go on.
About this leverage thing, a couple of years ago I had a chance to be in a conference about child neurology and development because of my wife. She's a child psychologist, and since I'm interested in a little bit more in cognitive development, that conference, one of the participants said that, okay, you know, we should raise the children just like the previous generations. They don't know how to play with the dolls. Playing with the real dolls are important. And I said, okay, that they are important. But, you know, your grandmother most probably was really complaining about not raising children with the skills of cooking and other stuff related with the household. So every generation is bringing something new without giving up everything of the previous generations. Hunting games, plays, evolved, abstracted, and now they are different things. So we need to understand that playing game is about developing our learning and handling skills. So it's a way of developing sustainable learning.
Yes.
So most of the time, the skill of playing and learning how to manage its own learning process is much more important than the content itself. So playing helps us to develop that skills, managing our learning. And take the cliff and caves modes of Minecraft. When you compare it with these strategy games, it's impossible to finish it.
Okay,
Thank you.
let's take a big
Hello, everybody. Yes, it's me again. Being a trainer, I have a lot of energizers in my pocket to wake you up again, especially after a nice lunch. And for this small game, it is a game and we're going to play. For this game, I need a voluntold. And his name is Erman. Erman, we practiced our names. Would you be so kind to come to this stage? We did practice for a reason. I am telling you now. Okay, we play a game to energize us all. It's a simple game, and you are needed to be able to count 1, 2, 3. Can we do that? 1, 2, 3. Good. You find a partner, just as I found my partner. Choose somebody you do not know. Choose somebody you do not know. Okay. And if possible, stand as Erman as I am doing. Yes. Find somebody you do not know.
There's no reason to be shy. Shy you can be after tomorrow. Okay. I'm going to do an example together with Erman. We are going to count. I say 1, you say 2.
2,
3.
4,
1.
2. I'm saying
So
1.
you start again, yes.
Only 3.
Only
3.
three,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. 1,
2,
3,
1,
2,
3,
1,
2.
3.
Okay, now it is your turn. Okay, let's do that for a few seconds. Okay, I can see this was really an easy level. Am I right? This was an easy level.
No, it's good.
Now we are going to replace 1 by a clap. Yeah, so I start first. Instead of 1, I clap in my hands.
2,
3, 2,
3, 2,
3, 2.
3.
Now it's your turn. Okay, okay. Well done, well done. We are not there yet. We are not there yet. So 1 was replaced. We are going to replace number 2 by stamping on the ground. Okay? I start, and then you stamp, huh?
Okay.
Clap. 3,
3.
3.
Okay.
Okay, you got it, eh? Go ahead.
That's very funny.
Keep on trying, going well. Looking good from this side. Going well, yes. Okay.
Then.
All right. Last step.
Oh.
Last step. Now you know already, yeah? We are going to replace number 3. And it's going to be
Okay.
like a dance.
I liked it.
A dance. Okay. I
Okay.
start.
Okay. Okay, that's the show.
Go ahead. Now it's your turn.
Okay. It's very funny.
Okay. Well done. Please applaud for yourself. Let me check with you. Are you awake? Not so awake, or oh, this was dull. Okay.
And thank you.
Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much. Good to be out of your brain for a moment. Thank you very much, Yen Yen. And now I would like to invite Rob to the stage. And I think he has slides presented. Oh, that's me. And you can either use this or that micro. Oh, you have. And I would like to invite you to introduce yourself.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it working? Not yet? Ah, now it is. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. It's working right now. Ah, perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rob Tiebe. Thank you so much for inviting me and the excellent day so far and the huge lunch. I'm quite full, but it was really nice. I'm a designer, researcher, entrepreneur from Eindhoven, in the south of the Netherlands. Oh, did it drop again? Now it's on. Like this? Oh, okay. Shall I start over? Okay. Well, thanks for thanks for having me here. Now, my name is Rob Tieben. I'm from Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and I'm a designer, researcher, and entrepreneur. And my goal in life is to make 1 billion people happy and healthy. And I do that by using the power of games and play. So that's, yeah, always has to do with social interaction, community, and most of all, working together, because I cannot do it on my own. I need to do it with a whole team of designers, developers, scientists, and we work together with universities, companies, elderly organizations, basically everyone who could be a bit more happy and healthy. It's a bit blurry, no, that's okay. Here you see the pixels of our team. Normally it's a sharp picture. But the beauty is, in order to change behavior, which is what I'm always trying to do, you need all those different disciplines. So you need game developers, psychologists, medical doctors, and only if they work together as a community, then you can have success in true sustainable behavior change and making the world a bit better. At least that's what I believe. I have a background as an industrial designer. Afterwards did a PhD between industrial design and game design. Again, the working together. And since then I've been an entrepreneur, trying to design stuff and changing the world. And today I want to talk about one of the projects we're doing at the moment. It's called Samen Spelen, playing together, if I translate it. And the goal of this project is to battle loneliness. There are a lot of lonely people in the world, and we try to prevent loneliness, solve it by making them play together, both between generations, so elderly people, children, teenagers, everything in between, between strangers and between family members. And we believe if we can just let them play for a few minutes each day with social contact, that can already be enough to prevent loneliness. And this simple challenge has proven to be quite challenging, both on a design level as well as on a research level, because there are so many things in that field of loneliness. So that's what I want to share with you today. We don't have the full solution yet. The project's not completed, so I will also try to share some of the challenges that we're having at the moment. And hopefully some of you will know solutions to that as well. And in a way, it's always about cooperating. So both on a design research level, it's about a community and working together. But also to solve loneliness, you need to have meaningful contact with people around you, which is of course also a type of working together or playing together. So that's my main message today. Just as a brief context, there are a lot of lonely people in the world, and it's not just elderly people, also with teenagers, with adolescents, young people, all ages. Loneliness is growing and growing, and it's easier and easier to communicate via social media, WhatsApp. But even though the loneliness is huge, and loneliness has a lot of negative effects, both on your health, your happiness. So it's something we all struggle with. And this project is a research project funded by the Dutch scientific organization. It's a cooperation between the Radboud University. It's a university, a medical university, so they're from the field of geriatrics. DELA, it's a big funeral company in the Netherlands. And they have insurances for when people die, and they also want to prevent loneliness. And our company, Games for Health. And together we hope to be able to solve it, because we know none of those parties can solve it on their own. It is not something you can do in the medical field, not just for elderly. You need to work together to make a chance to do this. And we also know, being game designers, that play connects. The game we just played showed, even when doing it with strangers, you have a meaningful interaction, it's fun, you smile, you're happy, energetic. So the basic principle is quite simple. Just let all those people play together, because then they have social contact and they should be a little bit less lonely. But of course, to do that, it's quite tricky. And I like this quote a lot. It's from Professor Marcel Oldereckert. He's a really famous researcher in the Netherlands. He's in our project. and let me read it aloud as well. You don't stop playing because you are lonely. You become lonely because you stop playing. And that's, of course, yeah, I strongly believe that. It's almost magical. So again, how can we make sure that people keep playing? Because when we're born, everybody's playing. You learn what your hands are and what the smiling face of your parent is and how to talk, to speak through playing. When you grow up, puberty, etc., it's all about learning. And of course, in our educational system, we try really hard to stop people from playing. You have to sit in a room like this and just listen. But recent studies also show that even people with Alzheimer can still learn new things through playing. So this adaptability through playing, yeah, it remains with us all our life. So let's use it, because then we can learn new things, adapt, and not become lonely. So in this project, our main question is, we know that people are intrinsically motivated to play, but how can we activate them to actually start playing? Because we all have so many reasons why we're not playing. We need to do the dishes, play on, watch Facebook, watch a movie, work, while just having a playful moment with maybe your grandmother or your spouse or something is so valuable. And in this project, we started by looking, well, how do people communicate? How do they play together? And how can we reach into that, connect to that, and expand that? And the beauty is, of course, you have a lot of playing things, games, where people already communicate without realizing it. If you're playing Word Feud, on a daily basis, you check, hey, a lot of people report that when they're playing Word Feud with, for example, their grandmother, they also use it to check, is she still alive? Is she okay? Because if she's not playing a word on a daily basis, I might have to give her a call. And those small playful moments are all the contact you need, we expect. If you just have this smile every day, this little bit of curiosity, of playful interaction, that could be enough to battle loneliness. So for us as designers, and I will also present it with a research perspective in a minute, the main design challenges were this list. So yeah, how can we create something that allows us to invite people to play together? And we started playing with text-based games, basically games you could play in WhatsApp. And you might wonder, why? Because there's so many ways you can play. But at the beginning of this project, was 1.5 years ago, was of course also the start of the COVID crisis. So the only way people were communicating, especially with elderly, was through calling, Skype, text. So we decided, let's see if we can evoke this playful behavior just using WhatsApp. And luckily, there are a lot of games you can play with WhatsApp. You can play little word games, photo games, that sort of elements. So our first exploration was making those games and just playing them with people in our own community, between elderly and an elderly home, that sort of stuff. One of the most popular games was, and still is, Photo Snake, woordslang in Dutch. And it's a game where you have to take a picture in your house. So for example, take a picture of this bottle, and then the next person has to take a picture with the last letter of this word. So with the E, so I would take a photograph. Now I have to run around, search for it. I send a picture. And that game is so beautiful because people like playing it. You can play it whenever you have a little moment to play. You don't need to wait for each other, so it's asynchronous. And of course, it's a picture in your house, so people always start discussing about it. Hey, that's the painting from grandfather. I didn't know you still had it. Or, hey, that plant, I have a similar tulip in my garden. So this simple game of sending a picture to the other is a kickstarter for a meaningful conversation. And it usually just takes a few minutes, and then people stop playing again for a day or two until someone else plays. So that principle showed how simple and powerful this little playful moment can be. And we built a game portal around it. So we call it Samenspelen Portal. And basically all you're doing is playing through communication. So you're sending little messages. So we built a sort of WhatsApp clone where you can invite your family members or your relatives to play together on a daily basis. There are around 30 games in it, all really simple, like the word snake game. And we hope and are trying to activate people to just play on a daily basis, have a little bit of contact, and this way get to know each other and develop your relationship. And I won't show the video at the moment. The beauty of that is that this simple line of communication gives a lot of value to the players. First of all, it's a simple, short contact moment with your friends and family. And we discovered two different communities there that we can use. One of them is the strong ties, which is people that are strongly connected to you. So it's your direct family and your direct friends. Just having a contact moment with them on a daily basis is already really nice because it gives you this valuable moment of contact. But there are also weak ties, and those are the friends of your friends. It's the people you normally see at the birthday party. Then you speak to them, you have one relation in common, but normally you're not in touch with them. And if we can expand that network, that works really well for battling loneliness as well, because when you grow older, the amount of strong ties reduces, and those weak ties are all that remains. So if you can increase the quality and quantity of those contacts, that should be really useful as well. And of course, due to the COVID epidemic, you don't go to birthday parties anymore or weddings, so you're not in touch with those weak ties. And through those little games, you can invite the larger community around you and keep those ties alive. The beauty is also that while people are playing, even with complete strangers, they accidentally share personal information. Because you take a picture of your garden, your home, or you're playing a word game around your favorite holiday locations, people start discussing about it, asking questions. And we've also been testing it with total strangers. And the conversations that occur and start are really nice because, of course, people have something in common. And often you just don't know what you have in common. And once you have that little connection, the conversation continues. So that's, again, something really powerful that happens. Of course, it's some playful interaction that you do on a daily basis. It gives you a smile on your face, it makes you feel good. It requires a little bit of creativity. You have to go out there, maybe take a picture. So we're also trying to teach people to look at their home with this playful lens. So that's more of a side effect. From a research perspective, we're trying simultaneously to study loneliness. As researchers, we don't know exactly what loneliness is, let alone to measure it, let alone how to fight it. Yeah, it's quite hard if we want to prevent loneliness if we can't even measure it. And we started with all those existing papers and all the questionnaires that exist, and you can measure loneliness by asking it to people. Well, 90% of the people respond that they are not lonely, even though according to the measurements they might be. So loneliness has a taboo. Nobody wants to be lonely and nobody wants to be called lonely. And this has proven to be a huge challenge in this project because you cannot tell people we made a game to prevent loneliness because then nobody is going to use it. But if we don't tell them what it's for, they say, yeah, I've been playing games, it's fun, but why should I continue with this study? That shows a nice trade-off. So together with the researchers from the Radboud University, we've been developing a sort of smart chatbot, and it asks you questions on a daily or weekly basis. We call it Researcher Bas. One of the PhD students' names is Bas. And basically he tells you, hey, I want to understand loneliness, do you want to help me? And throughout the study, he starts to chat with you and people can respond to it. And luckily this works really well. People apparently love to answer questions to help science. And they get a questionnaire after the first month, the third month, the 6th month. And that part is going really well. At the same time, we're also measuring the network. Who is playing with whom? What kind of messages are they sending? Because we hope to be able to discover if you play on a daily basis with 2 sentences, it's better than if you only play once per month, or because we don't know what we have to elicit, but the only way to discover it is, of course, put the game out there, see what happens, and measure it. So from a research perspective, they're analyzing all this data all the time, trying to learn what is valuable contact, what is loneliness, what game actions are worth it. And it's a nice iteration because throughout the project we keep learning from each other, of course. The game keeps improving and developing. And I don't have the answers yet, of course, because we're still in the middle of the project. But at the moment we're doing a randomized control trial, which, where we're comparing people playing this game, another variant, and a control condition. So it's quite interesting. We also realized throughout the first tests that people are not just going to play because they want to. Apparently we have to activate them. And you have to build a community, of course, in the game. If your family members are all playing and your grandmother is playing, then of course you as a nephew will also start playing. But if you're the first one of this group, yeah, you have nobody to play with. So we've been experimenting with building volunteer communities because, as I said, loneliness is a taboo. Nobody wants to be lonely, but almost everyone wants to help fight loneliness. So we ask people, hey, do you want to be a volunteer in this game? Just invite your neighbor, start playing, find some people around you that might be lonely, and start playing. And the volunteers who do this are quite enthusiastic. They like doing it. They feel they have a added value. They have a reason for playing on a daily basis. The doctor tells it's good. It also seems that those volunteers might be the ones that have a risk of becoming lonely. We haven't proven it yet, but there are specific type of people that they want to help, but are not yet a volunteer in an elderly home, etc. So there seems to be a lot of added value by including the volunteers in both the study and the games. So that's quite challenging as well. You cannot read. These are just some images from the game. The beauty is that through those playful moments you get really beautiful discussions and conversations. So we had two strangers playing and they took a picture of a flower in their garden, and then for 5 days they were just discussing what type of flowers they have in their garden. That had nothing to do with the original game, but they were having meaningful contact, so that's of course what we're trying to achieve. And another group is just an uncle playing with his nephews. Yeah, and the nephews keep sending all sort of funny pictures with the word snake, and all he has to do is send a smiley, and they enjoy it. But because of this, they have this little moment of playful contact throughout the day, which is, we hope, enough to prevent loneliness. I'm going to skip this for now. We also have quite some challenges that we're still struggling with, so this is where I need your help. First of all, the activation, of course. This is really a kickstart problem. As soon as we have a few family members playing, they invite the others and they keep playing. We also see from studies that once people are doing it, they enjoy it, they have fun, they play all those games. But how do you start this first little community? How do you activate the small community of players? And we've been exploring a lot with volunteers, with even workshops in elderly homes, neighborhood centers, that sort of aspects. But we're not there yet. There should be a better way to activate people, to tell them, hey, you're allowed to play a game. It's useful for you. It's helping your neighborhood. You just spend 1 minute on it. But everyone says, yeah, I love to do it. But nobody actually does it. So we keep struggling with that. So if you have any suggestions for that, please tell us. And the second one is related. People report, well, I've been playing this for a month. I like it. But yeah, it's not helping me to be less lonely. I have daily contact with my family members. I'm just sending pictures. What's that? And of course, that's the whole purpose that they have this moment. But apparently, yeah, there's a need that we explain that value of playing, or we should change the message. That it's not about loneliness, but just playing games. But there seems to be a mismatch there between the expectations, the value, and the study setup. And of course, they have all these questionnaires about loneliness, so it's hard to hide loneliness. It's the difficulty of working together in such a project. But there's something there that we can't get our finger on yet. And thirdly, it's the research design integration. Because it's a randomized control trial, the researchers need to study people for a full year. Well, there are not that many mobile games that people play for a full year, let alone one developed for this study in 6 months. And I also don't think they have to play for a full year, because once you have a little bit better contact with your family members, you might play other games together, or just use regular WhatsApp, but then we can't follow them anymore. So this shows the difficulty of those communities. If you want to study it in a controlled setting, it also gives a lot of challenges. So these are things that we're still struggling with, working with. Menno, by the way, is also one of the team members, and he is always going out to test with people in the elderly home. And there again you see with, like here, if you have human contact, everybody likes doing it. But if we just post a video of Menno explaining it, nobody starts playing. So there seems to be, sorry? One person starts playing. So it's for me, it's a really interesting aspect of both working together on a university, company, and societal problem level, but also in the game, of course, of using the communities, the volunteers, the playful activities to to solve this huge problem just by taking small steps and small elements. And yeah, I think this project, of course, started in the COVID period. It gave us some setbacks that we couldn't do the physical interaction and social interaction. But on the other hand, it did force us to create this low-level, tiny interactive elements that can work throughout the world with just tiny little moments of happiness, I always like to call them. So we don't know yet what the solution, what the goal will be. So far we see a lot of value here, including all the organizations that are helping us, and the researchers get a lot of data. But we don't know yet, is this the solution or are this just the building blocks of the solution? But that's also the beauty, of course, of such a project. It's iterative, we can keep learning from it, and we have still 2.5 years remaining to find an answer, or maybe the answer. I hope this shows how, an example of how we work together, building communities in a community. And I think there's a lot, the challenge for us these 2 days are quite similar to what we're facing here. So I'm looking forward to learning a lot more about it the coming days. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions? Or
Does the game have like something you can win? Is there a payoff?
No. You asked, is there something you can win in the game? Is there a payoff?
Yeah. Is there a payoff? Like, is there something you can win in the game? Or is that maybe even a thing that might help to keep the
It's an
people playing?
interesting question and discussion. We as designers strongly believe that intrinsic motivation is key, and rewards can help to create temporary motivation, but can also hamper intrinsic motivation. On the other hand, we do see that people at the moment don't experience the value yet, that they're working towards something. So we're exploring with, for example, one experiment we're setting up now is this word snake game, where we want to let one elderly organization do a challenge against another one to see who can make the longest word snake. And it's not individual competition, but it is something you're working together with as a group, as a community. So we need some more elements than we have at the moment, but it's not really personal communication because you do it as a group. It should also be okay if a grandmother is just reading it on a daily basis, never playing, but she sees the children having fun, she has the smile on her face, and that's it. So there's a balance there.
It's both like a comment and a question at the same time. Yet, I think 5 years ago, before the pandemic, and it was aimed towards elderly, and it was based on puzzle games, like standard puzzle games that was adapted into a digital environment. And they told me that the main, in this case, activation that the individuals were coming to play this game was there was some kind of a competition, not necessarily ending in anything, but there was basically a scoreboard in the neighborhood that the elderly were playing these puzzles, and whoever gets the high score doesn't get anything else than the high score itself, but still it provided them with some kind of a motivation.
Yeah, you see progress at least. That's something that's certainly missing now. That there's no, you don't see that you're making any progress in, of course, your network or playful moments or reaching a goal. So it's something we should think about.
You're right. Like sometimes the player base themselves, they provide you with that goal, or they provide themselves with that goal. But sometimes it's kind of a necessary addition at some point. You also said you said that after a while you measure changes and like how the game affects the participants. Is there any like details in how you measure that? Like you have questionnaires and you have some metric?
Yeah, we have two ways of, of course, doing the explorations and the experiments, we just do qualitative research. So we interview people, do focus groups. But now in the randomized control trial, we have regular questionnaires. So this researcher Bas, the bot, asks them a lot of questions about their social network, expectation, loneliness. So both a lot of standard questionnaires that are validated, but also in-depth questioning depending on the answers they give. And we're also looking at the actual play data. So we can both see who plays with whom, who invites who, but also the type of messages they send. And that shows some, well, we're still analyzing that as well. That's one of the PhD students, this is study. But you see those beautiful networks, and what we see is that it's a bit like the tipping point and the way a pandemic spreads. Again, you have those people that are connectors, they play with a lot of people, and you have people that just play with one person all the time. So their network is just this one tie that they're always playing with, and once that tie falls away, because a person gets older, passes away, they get a fight, they are isolated, and of course it's the same in the real world. And we haven't yet succeeded in getting those isolated people more relationships, because they're also not quite open to meeting new people. They're happy playing with just their son, but this woman of 78, I think, yeah, she doesn't, why should I meet new people? I'm happily playing with my son. And of course you also don't want to push a stranger towards them. Here you're now playing with a strange guy. But that's exactly the challenge. So we see in the network, we see the same challenge as people have in the real world. But we haven't solved it completely yet.
Like the pyramid games, they're awful, of course, but the funny idea about it is that you find more persons to play, or mostly it's commercial, but in this case it could be players. And if you connect that with like how you call it, a reward or something, might that maybe be an incentive to find more connections for the people who are playing, if you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's certainly worth a try. What we've been playing with, for example, also challenges like get everyone in your street to participate, because otherwise you also always get the usual suspects. Because you all know this person, he's open to playful chit-chat, and then the quiet, usually introvert neighbor is again skipped. But yeah, I think we need solutions in that direction, without forcing people, of course, to play, because playing is not for everyone. Everyone likes to play, but this game is not for everyone. So yeah, thanks.
I have a comment in the question, and some research reports that the center of pleasure is moving in the brains of these ages.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the 21st century people's pleasure center is moving somewhere around the games and the awards and payoff in the games. Okay. That's an interesting thing, actually. And I think related with that, these snake kind of games, I mean, without an end or payoff, is make gamers feel that they are part of it, and it will keep playing. Otherwise, the pleasure will end. Mm-hmm. It's just like Stanley Parable game. Yeah. So it's yes, people are wondering about the result, but they keep playing.
Yeah.
So I think as long as we continue to have certain fun and keep the pleasure continue, we play. And there are some dangers, there are some good parts, but we need to think about that. In relation to that, I would like to ask that, maybe I missed, I'm sorry for that, are you working with some psychologists or specialists? Because they say, it is really important to know that when you play with, for example, lonely people, elderly people, or at least some disadvantaged people, you roll some stones and you don't know what will come after that. So if you are working with them, it could be very helpful help us to understand the overall team and organization and how it works.
Yeah, thanks for the suggestion, first of all. We're working with the Radboud University, and it's the Department of Geriatrics, so it's the study of old age. And actually two ways of battling loneliness. One is increasing the quality and quantity of the connections, which is what we're doing. The other one has more to do with acceptance and serenity, I think the word is. So because when you grow older, you will get more lonely. And we explored that direction in the beginning as well, but that's really scary territory, of course, because there's so much of those painful stories and those things you could reach. So we decided not to go there because it was also a really nice challenge, but it requires something, a different approach. And I think that especially real-life contact is quite important for those almost painful conversations. But the psychologists and geriatrics and sociologists are helping us, but you also see that those fields also focus, of course, on the larger groups. And yeah, each individual has their own story and their own reason for losing the connections. So we're learning a lot from each other, but it also took us 1.5 years to just understand each other's language, understand the means, the goals. And when I talk about value or emotion or curiosity, and they do it, we mean something similar, but not exactly the same. So you really need to work together for a long time to make a difference there. And that's why I'm quite glad that this is a 4-year project, because it gives us the time to also, even if the prototype study would fail, to still see what those constructs are and those mechanisms, so that the next one can succeed. Although I still hope we succeed, of course. But it's also about the scientific insights and the design research.
Hi, Rob. It's a great project. Often lonely people are vulnerable people as well. What kind of safeguard applications are in place that, like, those people are not taken advantage of, maybe like financially or physically, emotionally? And would that be one of the motivators where family members might say to their parents, don't play these types of games, don't talk to people online, stay away from these types of things? I think those types of motivators might be in play here.
Yeah, good question. Something we struggle with as well. At the moment, it's a controlled trial, so we limit the amount of participants, and they all go through this. They're randomized, so they can't even choose in which field they come. So it's a limited group. And we have been playing with just opening it up to everyone, but then you somehow need to moderate or check it. While at the same time, there are quite personal conversations happening, so you don't want to be snooping on them. Our main safeguard for that is to just make it, if you open it up to strangers, to the whole world, that you can just play with people you invited. So that we hope that there's some social control there. But it's also a nice example of this working together solution, because since it's partly medical, partly entertainment, partly behavior change, there's no one answer that satisfies all of those parties. So the safeguards so far are still quite limited. But of course, we have 2 PhD students analyzing it on a daily basis. They are allowed to read all the messages. So we feel we can control it. But if we would open this up to the entire Netherlands or the entire world, we would need another social control. You don't want to do it like Facebook, where you have 500 people checking every message. But you also don't want to open it up and maybe get this scary old guy with a child taking photos of whatever.
You don't want someone to say, take a picture of your credit card and send it to me,
Exactly, but on the other hand, we've been testing with an image library where you can pick an existing picture, and that removes the entire value of the game, because it's so much fun, of course, to go around, find something in your home that starts with this letter and tells a story. You need that for the valuable connection, but it also makes our job a lot harder because we open it up, so it's still an exciting project, but I don't have all the answers yet, I'm afraid.
I have one question. First of all, how refreshing to hear a Kiwi accent here. It's not a Kiwi. I'm very sorry. New Zealand, I must say.
Australian.
Australian, sorry. That's a Kiwi also, no? Sorry. No, but anyhow, my question would be exactly around these areas of diversity and inclusivity, actually. So you're now doing a survey where you're asking hundreds of people, but do you consider also the backgrounds of the people? Because we were talking about the Netherlands, Netherlands society, but there are, in my point of view, only in Amsterdam 450 different backgrounds. So how inclusive is your survey, and how inclusive do we need to expect a game to be? That's also another question. But because the culture, in my point of view, play a huge role, especially when we talk about loneliness and old age, traditions, culture. What you're talking about right now, I cannot imagine that this would be considered within the Turkish community, Turkish-Dutch community, or any kind of family value here kind of community would be a very different story. But how inclusive and how diverse is your survey would be the question, and what is the goal then? What is the real target people? Because you want to globalize this game, or is it only for the specific white, white Dutch network? How would that work?
Great question. I actually forgot to tell something. We've been doing some cool experiments with other age groups, cultures, etc. And of course, this thing we designed now is just a tool for communication, a platform. So at the Night of the Nerds, it's a yearly event in the Netherlands where teenagers are introduced to nerdy stuff. We actually let a whole class of children design their own games to play with their family and their culture. And those games were, of course, so diverse because they were designed by them instead of by us white guys thinking of how others should play. And it was really cool because they started inviting their grandparents, the other cultures. So that worked really well. At the same time, we've had requests from people that are using these games to teach non-Dutch people the Dutch language, because they're all about simple words, or longer sentences, rebuses, that sort of stuff. So people have been appropriating, is that the word, our tool, to use it in a different way. But this all happens with the beta version, because there's not that much research in it. In the random control trial, it's of course a lot more difficult, because those scientists always want to have something to compare with. And we've had a lot of discussions, because why do you need to know if it's a man or a woman playing? That's about what interactions they have. But they want to explore, compare it, of course, with other studies about loneliness and that sort of stuff. So in the end, we made our research chatbot. It also asks quite a lot of open questions. And that allows us to get broader data than just those fields. But it's always a fight with researchers in the real world. How inclusive can you be, or how focused?
Because there's also the side of, obviously, when you say loneliness, I think one of the most loneliest minority group in the world is the LGBTIQ plus. So in terms of that, I think it's
we don't use the word loneliness in our recruitment and in the questionnaire. But of course, if you get questions about your social network, how many people you meet, it's from you get an inkling. And that's also why nobody reports themselves as being lonely, but even from those questionnaires, we see that some of the people are, they see less than one person per month. Yeah, that's the definition of loneliness. So it's a struggle. And that's also one of the goals of the project, to develop that language and that way of working together, because it's really a wicked problem that scientists can solve, we can solve it, but hopefully together, game developers, scientists, social studies, can make a step forward.
So now I'm going to interrupt you.
Yes, sorry.
And actually I have 10 more questions, but I'm not going to ask. We have opportunity to talk again, but I want a big applause for Rob.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really great. And our next speaker is Levent. We met 3 or 4 years ago here in Ankara. I did a project I met more people here. And we've been talking, and we met again in Istanbul for the Game Developers Conference. And he has a lot to talk about games. And so here's your stage, and please introduce yourself a bit more better. Thank you.
Okay. İngilizce yapacağım eğer sorun olmasa. It's gonna be awkward anyways, like whether it's in Turkish and English. I don't have a presentation, and I don't have any kind of tangible ongoing project to present, basically. I am the ongoing project, and this is about what I've been doing so far and what I'm doing at the moment, and maybe your help will be needed in the later stages. So I work at Birliği University. I teach there for the last 8 years. I'm formerly a graphic designer, and then I've studied media and cultural studies, and now I'm studying, after so many long years, I've been studying at a PhD program for communication sciences. And in most part of this educational period, I've been studying games, video games, to be precise. So this entire talk will be somewhat speculative, but also like anecdotal. I'm gonna give you like 2 recent researches I've kind of conducted, and how certain parts of those research help me with what I've also developed in the educational part, because I teach 6 different courses. 3 of them are basically computer-related courses, like image processing, web development, programming for designers, but the rest of the 3 is like 2 media and design studio courses and 1 game design and research course. So certain things that I do in either one of those courses and other probable courses that I take at the PhD program helped me to establish this design studio course a couple years ago. And basically the entire idea behind the design studio came from the games that I started to play in the recent years. I've been playing games for the last, 30 years, I guess, and mostly it was these like AAA games, as most of us have like been playing in the 90s or 2000s. But lately I've moved to more like independently produced games that more focuses on the idea of storytelling, and that is the basis of these design studio courses. I thought that was what was missing in our education, in our formation at Bilkent, and even though most of the things that we produce are short films or music videos or similar moving image-based content, I guess storytelling, and especially personal storytelling, was kind of a missing thing. So that actually came from one of the research or one of the studies I did a couple years ago. This was before the pandemic. There's a game called Elite Dangerous. Have you heard of that before? Elite Dangerous. It's like a simulation game, space simulation, where you have like this giant spaceship and in a realistically modeled Milky Way galaxy with billions of stars to visit. So that game has, like, it's a sandbox-like game. It doesn't have a specific quest line. It has this underlying narrative that the players could be interested in, but not necessarily needed for gameplay itself. And what I studied is a more specific community that was built inside that game, which was called Fuel Rats. Like, long story short, the Fuel Rats is a community that helps people that run out of fuel, basically, because as you travel, as you move from one system to another, you like burn fuel and you lose it after some point. So this was fascinating for me because the game didn't actually provide any kind of reward for these people who help others. Like, there's no in-game trading possibilities, or there's no in-game like experience structure based on this particular action, helping someone. So this like weird act of altruism piqued my interest, and that is that started as some kind of a media ethnography study with this particular community. And at that time I was taking this course titled Media Ethnography, and we were studying 20th century anthropology at that period. So I was trying to adapt the things I know about digital ethnography or media ethnography, and I was trying to introduce things that they have done in like early 20th century anthropology, weirdly, because that was the tools that they were using. They were using IRC, or some of you might know it as MIRC because of the client. It was like a weird chat platform. It was quite popular in the 90s. But they were also running some kind of an enterprise level software on the background to connect this IRC channel to the website, to the game, and to each other. So the game itself is quite a seriously designed simulation game. So the player's age range is usually around 40. So the young people they rarely play the game. Or if they play the game, they end up being the people who were helped by the Fuel Rats. So I did stay, or I managed to get into the IRC channel and stayed there for about like a week or two, asking like weird questions to the participants, but not actually taking place in what they were doing. So then I trained with them in-game, and then I helped others with the field stuff. And at all those time, I was just asking people, why are you doing this? What's the basic motivation? And that's my own research. Like I'm trying to understand why people play these games, but what they also do in games and why they do it. Like, yes, we have lots of like tests or like taxonomy-based structures like Bartle's taxonomy or like Quantic Foundry's evaluation systems, but those usually relate directly to the game or a genre or a specific type of player, which gives you like a nice broad sense of what's happening. But I did want to ask these people who were over 40, who had quite successful professional lives, why they were playing these games. And this is the part that is the storytelling part. This is a virtual game. Nothing really happens inside the game. It's like a spaceship. It's a sci-fi fictional story. And they actually built another level of story on top of the actual game and built a community around that. So that was the fascinating thing for me. And the main motivation that I got from there, the reason for that altruism, is that they also wanted to have a similar community in real life, but they couldn't. Most of the people who were playing that game and doing those kind of like helpful actions, they were actually first responders or pilots or have similar professions in real life. But one of the individuals that I've interviewed, and this is the anecdote part, they were a first responder in Germany, and the thing that he told me is that they, at some point, at one day, they went from one part of the city to the another part in order to get someone out of an elevator that was stuck. And the travel alone took like 40 minutes, and they managed to, using the sirens and stuff, they managed to get there in 30 minutes, used another 10 minutes to get the person out. And the first thing that the person said, "Why were you so late?" instead of "thank you." So that made them sad, understandably, because this never really happens in the game. When you help someone, even though there's no reward system, there's an in-game chat tool that is available, and you have a nice interaction with the other party, and actually you kind of like train them in a very short amount of period for them not to get stuck in that position again. So that kind of a story building that is native to the games that we play in the last like 25 years or so, it kind of changed into something else. Like, people are building their own stories on top of existing stories that kind of gets recognized by the game development itself. Because after Fuel Rods was going on for about almost a year, the developers recognized the community, and they actually gave them an in-game star system, like a whole planet with like starships and stations, etc., with their own in-game like graffiti, decal, something. So that was quite interesting for me. So that was something, again, partly what piqued my interest in storytelling, how we could build that either by using games or game-related media or digital media, that we could teach our students, and we actually learn with them. Because it's also something relatively new for me. I'm not someone that could talk much. It becomes quite difficult for me to tell stories. That's the same with our like first and second year students that are quite shy. They're shy of each other, they're shy of us, the instructors. So they rarely talk besides what they were asked for. So this is one part of the storytelling aspect. The other part kind of connects with what Rob just explained about the period of time that people played games, the pandemic. So in Turkey it was, like worldwide it was hectic, but in Turkey it was even more hectic. Like we had lockdowns, but not a very proper type of a lockdown that we could see what was after that. Because after that we expected that like, the cases were going down, so we could go out again and so, but unexpectedly we get like even a longer lockdown and a longer lockdown, and that continued for almost a year. So around that time, we were doing this online teaching, and because I got some additional time, instead of this like regular commute I do to my university, I play games at that time. And I saw an increase in the number of people who were playing games. And that, again, piqued my curiosity, and I asked some of those people, why are you like playing right now? Well, you haven't been playing for the last 3 years. I can see your Steam account and you weren't here. Why now? And I did carry out these questions into a study. I did some in-depth interviews with like 25, 26 people that the median range was around 29, 30. I had much older ones as well who actually never played the game since like 83, 84 and just started playing during the pandemic. And the main two reasons was basically socializing. That was the primary reason because you said like we couldn't like go to parties or socialize anymore. And that was the case because we tried to implement them into the Zoom first. We were drinking on Zoom, like 20 of us, all at different cities. But after a while, that felt quite stale because it wasn't interactive. We were drinking alone, basically looking at the screen. That was even sadder. So then we wanted to do something a bit more interactive. We started playing with some of those people. We started playing multiplayer games whilst drinking, which felt a bit more interactive and more fun. And then I did this like research and found out that many people did something similar. They were playing with friends at first, then they also played with in larger multiplayer games with people who they didn't know at all. And they were getting this feeling of socializing out of it, even though they were just sitting in their living room or study room. The other reason, the other motivation I got from that study is about the stories and the world building, again. Because the stories that they played, because not everyone was playing a multiplayer game, the single player games are usually relying on very well built worlds and stories, and they were excited by those stories. One participant told me that they just like to walk in Grand Theft Auto 5, do nothing else, not the missions, not drive any cars. They just like to walk around the city because they couldn't do it physically because they were in lockdown. And that felt like a quite weird of an experience, and they started to build their own stories as they were walking inside the game. So that kind of what fascinates me about games, about this like tie into the culture from storytelling, is this is how we build a culture around games, and this is how we build communities, by these stories and storytelling. And this is what I would like to study more during the rest of the time in my PhD, but also I want to improve what I could do with students by using the design tools available to them to produce these kind of storytelling or story-heavy games as opposed to mechanic-heavy games, because that's what we get in the first few years of this game design and research course. Surprising me, the last time we did this course, a group of students decided to do a game about Alzheimer's. They didn't have Alzheimer's. Only 2 of them knew, had some kind of friend or relative that had Alzheimer's, but they were reducing it down to a level that it kind of simplified the disease or the condition, and they simplified it as like forgetfulness and repeated interactions with the same thing without knowing that repetition. So they kind of turned it into a nice 3D environment story-based game, to my surprise. And that again like felt quite good because this was done online, and I wasn't able to interact with them quite well. We were meeting online at Zoom during the course hours, but we were also meeting more with them and talked about the game. And hopefully, like in the later stages, we will have more games that deal with actual personal, real stories so that people could express themselves much better. I guess that's it. I managed to skip almost everything, but that's basically it.
Thank you. I really like that you say about shy students, shy people having a hard time telling their story. And I think you did an amazing job telling a story in a very consistent way and interesting. Thank you very much. And it's also because the funny thing is, I realized when Rob was saying accidentally sharing of personal stories, that was part of his, how are we designing that with games to allow that? And that was also what Dilara said this morning, that with the speed dating, people connect in a different way. And to foster that surprise in the game, but to give ownership to the person who plays that game is so interesting. Do you know the example you gave of the Alzheimer game? How do they approach that ownership for the player?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by the
how they become
the authors.
how the designers, the student group, how they design that game to make sure that the player is telling the story.
That might be somewhat of a missing point. They were trying to tell a story themselves by trying to allow the player to tell another story or relive someone else's story. It's again basically they were simplifying the subject, so maybe it wasn't working as good as it isn't intended, or it's not something that might help with that kind of a problem solving, or that kind of a sharing of an experience. That is something that is missing in this case, like in this example alone. I don't know how well it could be done because, again, I've seen quite nice examples of this. I think it was also done in Netherlands. I'm hoping that I'm remembering it right and I'm pronouncing it right. Hayo Wegener came to Bilkent a couple of years ago again, and he was explaining that kind of an experience-based game quite related to, I think, Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer, yeah, true.
And they were putting people inside the room, like a physical room, and they were either taking away objects one by one, or as they started to do something, they were putting something else in instead, and such things. Like they were trying to intentionally confuse the player who didn't actually have Alzheimer's to experience what others might be having, so it was kind of creating awareness. This kind of only worked in a similar manner because they were taking things away from the player and giving other things to them visually inside this like virtual room that is full of people that have been talking inside the room without any kind of textures, and one by one each time you re-enter the room someone else was disappearing and someone else was going on the wall as a portrait. So that kind of a story told a story of a person that might be experiencing forgetfulness through Alzheimer's, and that was the level.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. But still, then the game might not be successful for what they intended at first. But then again, it becomes a very interesting topic to talk about that game and to play that game to iterate on. It's really great. Thank you.
For that, like when I say that this course is about game design, like students expect something quite different. Maybe here also people expect something different when they talk about game design. It's not about like development part of it. It's not about like visual establishment of all the assets to be used. It's just this like text-based brief of what is going to be and how it's going to be. And that is what we try to finish during the period of semester. But if they manage to actually implement some things that they have written inside this like game design documents, the GDDs, it becomes quite successful for me, at least within the scope of the course.
I'm a good gamer, and during the lockdowns I play also some games, and I see that some of my friends used game to deal with the lockdowns and try to socializing, and I see that some of my friends even they see they in school face to face, but they create communities, and when we came back to school, this type of relations gone bad. And what do you think about the internet-related socializing and this game socializing things? How it's going?
I don't know the exact reason why that happens or why that happened. There is, like with many other types of consumption of media, there's a certain saturation, and that's not always related to the media that is being consumed. It has to do with the time period that it was consumed. So around the lock time, most of us just moved toward that gameplay aspect, and we played a lot, not necessarily just because of the game, but because we have nothing else to do. So when one of them disappears, the other tends to disappear as well. So the community that was built by gameplay disappears when the gameplay disappears after the lockdown ends. That's, I think, what usually happens, but I'm not sure. That, again, this is the part where I'm speculating.
Thank you. I was wondering if you looked into the role-playing communities in MMORPGs or just Dungeons and Dragons, because they come up with a lot of stories themselves and they don't go away when things change. And actually a lot of designs, for example, in World of Warcraft, there are a lot of empty spaces specifically designed for role-play, which is storytelling, obviously. Have you looked into that, and how does it relate to what you're studying right now?
I looked into them in a sense of a historical look at them. Like I studied them, I think starting from MUD in like 1978, and I studied like how they kind of build their own stories using the tools, because at that time the game, like it's safe to assume the game itself was a tool, not necessarily a game, and everything was established by the content created by the players. And I think still this is the same thing that is happening right now. Most RPGs or MMORPGs, they have a player base that actively come up with these kind of stories, and they build the world within the world that is existing through the game. There's only one like simple reason that I do not approach that within my studies. I believe Janet Murray said this like this: you have to play the games in order to make a research about them. And I rarely play massive multiplayer online games. That's I think the only reason. Like I look at them, I try to read about them, I kind of understand them, but not intrinsically, because I rarely play them. I rarely played any of these MMORPGs. But like at the same time, that kind of a storytelling, together with real-life tabletop RPGs as well as live-action role plays, combined together, gives a lot of thought about this particular subject of storytelling. I agree.
I wanted to ask you about the interaction between actually what you're doing in terms of trying to figure out how that storytelling can be more relative, up-to-date, and personal, and at the same time in relationship with people in the street, let's say. What I mean is, this doesn't sound very understandable, but I always have this feeling that for example, performance arts has great input, it has great ways and tools actually to serve design and human relationship, communication. So how far is, for example, your students in contact with performance artists? This is just one side of it, of course, but in terms of figuring out what really would work out, I don't think people should only work with psychologists, but also people who works with experiences. So in terms of all the technology, besides all the design, I think the one factor that brings people together is that human factor, and that's what I would feel when I'm touched or talked or. And how far is it expected from your students? It's, I think, for everyone also, not only for everybody. How far is it expected for the students or the study of gaming to get in contact with the applying arts? Because it feels like that's one of the reasons why we are here for ArtsMap, because we want to create a bridge between gaming, where it's mostly seen, I just told you as well, it's either too technological, too high intellect, too expensive, too. So it always makes most of the arts and cultural world, which is very much related to your industry and sector, keep themselves far away because it seems unreachable. It's just like a white box fine arts gallery thinking. So do you have any kind of approach within your studies or students that you try to figure that out?
Not in this game design and research course, but that course came before. Then I had the media and design studio course. But interestingly, some of the methodologies and some of the toolkits that we use, they belong to both. And as for like games themselves or similar like cultural products, I consider all of them less of a performance, more of a possibility of an experience. So that's what we are doing with the second year students. For instance, at the end of each semester, they set up some kind of an installation exhibition, and most of them include interactive pieces. So they don't create any kind of performance by themselves, but they create the possibility space for that performance to be experienced by any kind of visitor. So that is actually what's constantly evolving, and that's what I'm trying to improve every year by like adapting certain projects, introducing new subjects that I've just become curious about. And thankfully, so far, for the past like 4 years, I guess, they were also quite interested about these subjects, and they were quite enthusiastic about creating that kind of an installation exhibitions for others to experience. And most of the time, they managed to do it before the pandemic. Of course, they successfully created a room scale story that was told through the scope of like multiple different pieces of art that were interactive. So that was a nice thing for me, like to see that kind of a thing could be done by students within a semester, very successful. Not necessarily anything to do with me. Like it's, they like I like to believe that some of them at least acquired this kind of a collaboration, a sense of collaboration, and this kind of a problem-solving skill through these kind of gameplay issues. I'm hoping, at least.
Yes, I think this is the most important part, the problem-solving and the human factor, because I think what we pour into these games, these fairy tales, these RPG desktop plays, all are the human soul. I mean, we pour into those things our soul, and then we look at them to understand, okay, what we are. So I think this narration or storytelling is quite interesting and important, and how it changed in time and become. I mean, it was. There was some people telling the stories, and other people were listening to them in the history, those fairy tales, mythologies, and other stories. But now we are in a more, let's say, democratic society, and we want to be part of it. We want to tell our stories, or we are encouraged to tell our stories. So these games are a good opportunity to demonstrate our alter egos. Thanks to Freud, maybe, or Calvin and Hobbes, this comic strip. I love that guy, Calvin, and they help us to demonstrate our alter egos and other perspectives. So the storytelling should be, I think, encouraged, and especially those shy students. I try to make them learn design. They are very shy. And for the participation, inclusion, we need to have more games in that sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Very much. Thank you.
Because it's time for a break, and this one works. Sorry, it's time for a break now, and then after this we have 2 more best cases, and I want to thank Burak also very much for stopping the sound. You're a hero. I'm sorry you had to miss part of it, but yeah. And again, an applause for our 2 best cases before the break now. Thank you.
Şu folder'a girsene bir.
Hangi folder? Finder'dayım şu anda. Paylaşılan.
Şurada airdrop var. Şurada airdrop var. Ona tıkla. Süper. Şimdi bekle.
Gülsün iPhone'u.
Ben şimdi paylaş diyeceğim, sana teklif gelecek. Bekle. Kabul et. Gelen link otomatik açılır. Ben şimdi onu indiriyoruz. Bu PowerPoint değil bana lütfen. PowerPoint süper. PDF
deneyim merkezi gibi fiziki anlamda da destekler sağlıyoruz. Tüm bunları aslında tek başımıza yapmıyoruz. Birlikte başaracağımıza inandığımız noktada pek çok partnerlikler geliştiriyoruz. Burada aslında belirtmiş olduklarım, geliştirmiş olduğumuz partnerliklerin sadece bir kısmı. Bunları arttırmayı ve sürdürülebilirlik noktasında çalışmalarımıza da devam ediyoruz. Aslında ilk baştaki görselde vardı. Zemin İstanbul bünyesinde 4 farklı birim barındırıyor. Bunlar eğitim, etkinlik, hızlandırma yani girişimcilik merkezi ve deneyim merkezi şeklinde. Hızlandırma merkezinde yine İstanbullunun kentlerinin sorunlarına yönelik teknoloji temelli çözümler geliştirmek isteyen girişimcilere hem İBB ile kendi arasında, girişim arasında köprü görevi kurma noktasında hem de mekan desteği, girişimlerini geliştirmesi noktasında çeşitli eğitimler verdiğimiz bir merkez. Bu merkez doğrultusunda pek çok startup programları gerçekleştirdik. Bu Tek İstanbul'da bunlardan bir tanesi. Sanırım pandemi başlarına denk geliyor. Bu Tek İstanbul'da 159 başvuru arasında 6 startup seçildi. Bunların her biri İstanbul'da belirli noktalarda prototipleri deneyimletilerek vatandaşla buluşturuldu ve geri bildirimler alarak startupların kendilerine ürünlerini geliştirmeleri noktasında fayda sağladı. Bu hızlandırma programları kapsamında yine pandeminin başına denk gelmişti. Deprem hekatonu gerçekleştirdik. Burada yine Türkiye Bilişim Vakfı, Kodluyoruz Derneği gibi paydaşlıklarla bunu gerçekleştirdik. İstanbul'un en büyük sorununu ele alarak hem deprem sonrası hem de deprem sırasında iletişim geliyor değil mi? İletişim sorununu nasıl çözebileceklerine dair bir aslında fiziki planlanmıştı ama online'a evrilerek bir hackathon gerçekleştirildi. Tamam. Son olarak da Harekete Geçir ismiyle İBB ile girişimcilik ekosistemini bir araya getirdiğimiz yine online bir platformda bir etkinlik gerçekleştirdik. Teşekkürler. Bir başka birimimiz de etkinlik merkezi. Yine burada hem girişimcileri hem teknoloji kullanıcılarını hem de bu alanda yeni ilgisi oluşmaya başlayan gençler, üniversiteleri aslında bir araya getirdiğimiz bu topluluğun biraz daha kaynaşmasına imkan sağlayacak. Aynı zamanda teknoloji alanındaki gelişmeleri de takip etmelerini imkan sağlayacak. Fiziki ve online etkinlikler gerçekleştirdik. Akıllı şehir konuşmaları olsun, girişimci sohbetleri olsun. Pek çok etkinlikler gerçekleştirdik. Burada biraz hani girişimcilik kültürünü aşılama noktasında üniversiteli ve liselilerle Geleceğin Genç Girişimcilik programını organize ediyoruz. Önümüzdeki günlerde bir yenisini daha gerçekleştireceğiz. Burada aslında herkes kendi girişimini oluşturma noktasında adım atabilmesi adına nasıl girişimci gibi düşünebilirler, nasıl merak edebilirler, nasıl aykırı düşünebilirler noktasında programlar, içerikler geliştiriyoruz. Bunlara ek olarak yine İBB'nin yaklaşık 2 sene oldu sanırım. Açık veri platformu açıldı. Veri noktasında veriyle nasıl çalışılabilir, veri odağında nasıl teknoloji toplulukları, yazılımcı toplulukları oluşturabiliriz noktasında pek çok etkinlikler de gerçekleştirdik. Açık veri platformunu sadece İBB değil, pek çok büyükşehir ve ilçe belediyeleri de oluşturmaya başladı. Onları bir araya getirdiğimiz açık veri sohbetleri, açık verinin aslında evrenini, kapsamını, açık verinin ne olduğuna dair Pınar Hoca ile çok güzel sohbetler gerçekleştiriyoruz. Gerçekleştirmeye de devam ediyoruz. Sanat noktasında Refik Anadolu'nun belki duymuşsunuzdur Makine Rüyası isimli sergisi oldu. Bu serginin arka planını anlattığı ve aslında veriyle nasıl çalıştığını detaylıca konuştuğumuz, ardından da bunun bir uygulamalı versiyonu olduğu etkinlikler gerçekleştirdik. Bir diğer aslında en çok faaliyet gösterdiğimiz merkezimiz de eğitim merkezi. Burada ilkokuldan tutun da liseli, üniversiteli, hatta istihdam halinde olan kişilere destek verdiğimiz ve tüm bu faaliyetleri ücretsiz gerçekleştirdiğimiz bir merkezimiz. Burada teknoloji temelli eğitimler, yazılımlar, hatta bunu ilkokul ve ortaokul öğrencileriyle bunu oyunlaştırma noktasında Scratch, Robotic Dreams gibi oyunlar kullanarak yaptığımız çalışmalarımız, eğitimlerimiz de mevcut. Bunlar bazıları. Yine tüm bunlar aslında sadece tek başına Zemin İstanbul yapmıyor. Pek çok kurumlarla, bilim kuruluş, STK'larla birlikte gerçekleştiriyoruz. Sisters Lab'le Türkiye'li ve mülteci kadınlara web yönelik yaptığımız web tasarımı eğitimimiz var. Gündelik Bilim Kahramanları Derneği ile gündelik malzemeleri kullanarak fizik ve bilim temelindeki bilgilerini entegre ettikleri bir eğitim içeriğimiz var. Daha çok bunlar böyle farkındalık temelinde 2-3 saatlik eğitimler şeklinde oluyor. Bir de bunun farkındalığın bir tık ilerisine geçmeye çalıştığımız istihdam odaklı eğitimlerimiz mevcut. Burada ilk görselde gördüğünüz Kodluyoruz Derneği, Virginia Üniversitesi gibi pek çok paydaşla birlikte gerçekleştirdiğimiz, hatta ilklerini oluşturuyor toplum için veri bilimi programı. Burada İBB'nin sağladığı açık veri portaldaki verileri kullanarak öğrenciler İstanbul'un sorununa yönelik projeler geliştiriyor. Ama bunun öncesinde bir 12 haftalık bir veri bilimi eğitimi alıyorlar. Ardından açık veri portalındaki verileri kullanarak grup halinde projeler geliştiriyorlar. Frontend, bunu daha yeni başlıyoruz. Yine istihdam odaklı bir eğitim programı Kodluyoruz'la birlikte yapıyoruz. Yine İSME'in yeni vizyonuyla birlikte ve bölgesel istihdam ofisiyle birlikte yine veri temelinde, yapay zeka, yazılım temelinde istihdam odaklı eğitimler gerçekleştiriyoruz. Son olarak aslında Zemin İstanbul'un pandemiyle birlikte daha pasif kaldığı bir birim burası. Deneyim merkezi. Burada hem girişimlerin hem de İBB'nin iştirak şirketlerinin ürettiği ürünlerin prototip versiyonunu vatandaşla bir araya getirdiği, onlara deneyimlettiği ve geri bildirimler aldığı bir deneyim merkezi. Binamızın girişinde yer alıyor hatta. Bu zamana kadar Zemin İstanbul vizyonu doğrultusunda hem de İBB'nin vizyonu ve teknolojinin gelecek vizyonuyla birlikte teknoloji toplulukları ve girişimcilik kültürünü geliştirmeye çalışıyoruz. Yani bunlar birkaç ay öncesi sayılar. Bu sayıları ve partnerlikleri daha da arttırmaya çalışıp bu topluluğu güçlendirme ve sürdürülebilir kılma noktasında çalışmalarımız devam ediyor. Dinlediğiniz için teşekkür ederim. Şu an.
Açalım. Türkçe soruyorum sonra o zaman. Birkaç farklı target grubu, hedef grubundan bahsettiniz aslında. Yani önce bir aslında hackathon'un da dediği gibi bir geekler vardı, bir artistler vardı, bir de sizde de birkaç tane var. Bunu aynı zamanda komünikasyonunuzda da yapıyor musunuz? Çünkü siz her bir şekilde kamuyla, tabii ki kamu alanındasınız ama aynı zamanda katılımcı programlar üretmeye çalışıyorsunuz. Fakat bunun komünikasyonunu dışarıya nasıl yapıyorsunuz? Yani biraz farklı.
Duyurular kısmında mı?
Efendim?
Duyuru kısmını mı söylüyorsunuz?
Duyuru kısmı olabilir. İnsanlar için çünkü duyduğum kadarıyla bir komünite yaratmak durumundasınız. O komünite yaratmayı nasıl yapıyorsunuz? Çünkü birkaç tane alanda farklı kitlelerle birlikte çalışma durumundasınız.
Şöyle, zaten hani İBB'nin bir ulaşabildiği geniş bir hedef kitlesi var. Kullanabildiği reklam noktaları olsun, duyuru noktaları olsun. Aynı zamanda zaten İstanbul'un tüm verisi İBB içerisinde olduğu için pek çok vatandaşın doğrudan bir mesaj yoluyla bile ulaşabilme noktasında büyük bir şeyi var, olanağı var. Bunun dışında hem teknoloji kuruluşları hem de sivil toplum kuruluşlarıyla birlikte paydaşlıklar yaparak her seferinde yeni bir etkinlikte, yeni bir eğitimde o topluluğa yeni kişileri eklediğimiz bir sistem var. Bir de meetup.com üzerinden tüm bu duyurularımızı gerçekleştiriyoruz. Yine kendi web sitemize ek olarak. Orada da bir kayıt sistemi üzerinden ilerlediği için zaten topluluk orada otomatik halinde bir birikmiş oluyor. Her duyuru yaptığımızda otomatikman o topluluğa bildirimler de gidiyor. Bir de zaten Şişhane metro durağı içerisinde olduğumuz için orada günlük 40.000 yolcu akışı oluyor. Cam mekanlı bir fiziki mekanımız olduğu için de merak edip içeri girdiklerinde aslında o bilgi akışını da sağlamış oluyoruz gün içerisinde.
Ya onu soracaktım aslında.
Ben biraz destek olabilir miyim soruya? Benim de kafamda aynı soru işareti çokça çıktı. Yani hiç haberdar olmayanlara nasıl ulaşıyoruz sorusu var.
Çok kitle çok değişik. Evet. Hani sadece teknik bir kitle yok, sadece tasarımcı yok. Evet. Biz Zemin İstanbul'da bu sene 2 kere sanırım bir tane proje yaptık. Kadınlar üzerine, kadın girişimciliği üzerine. Paneller serisine katıldık. Fakat onun dışında tabii ki bir sürü eğitimleriniz var. O var ve çok çeşitli. Çok bir belediye gibi aslında yapıyorsunuz. Burada aslında daha çok gaming endüstri size nasıl yardım ediyor? Oyun sektörü
oyun sektörünün kısmında hiç aslında dokunduğumuz bir şey olmadı. Topluluk olmadı. Çoğunlukla biz bir yazılımcı eğitime veya hani bu alanda çalışmalar yapan kişileri çevresinde aslında geliştirdik tüm bunları. Aslında bu etkinlik benim için heyecanlandıran noktası da o. Belki hani bu etkinlik sonrasında biz buradaki yaratıcı endüstrilere dokunmuş olacağız.
Tabii çünkü burada yoktu ama projelerinizde ben ondan da bahsetmenizi rica edeceğim. Mobility, İstanbul'daki trafik, birçok farklı konuda aslında şu anda çalıştığınız noktalar var. O yüzden bunların hepsi aslında gaming ile direkt olarak ilgili konular ama siz genel olarak organizasyonu anlattınız. Biraz bu daha şehir sorunlarını çözmek adına demokratik yöntemler adına neler yaptınız, İBB'yle nasıl çalıştığınızı, hangi yöntemleri kullandığınızı biraz anlatabilirseniz çok seviniriz.
Yani girişimcilerin aslında hikayelerini nasıl anlatacakları noktasında bu oyunlaştırma yöntemlerini kullandık. Onun dışında ilkokul ve ortaokulları yine bu yazılım eğitimlerini oyunlaştırma yöntemiyle entegre ettiğimiz bir sistemlerimiz oldu. Onun dışında sizin de az önce bahsettiğiniz gibi bu veri odaklı hareketlilik hackathonunu gerçekleştiriyoruz. Zemin İstanbul çünkü bir Bilgi İşlem Daire Başkanlığı'na bağlı. İçerisinde hem Elektronik Sistemler Müdürlüğü hem Akıllı Şehir Müdürlüğü gibi pek çok İstanbul'a hizmet veren, hizmeti ulaştıran müdürlüğü barındırıyor. Hollanda Konsolosluğu'yla da birlikte aslında böyle bir hackathon gerçekleştirilecek. Bilmiyorum anlatabildim mi ama.
Any questions from you?
Aslında herkese merhabalar. Aslıhan ben Agü'den. Ben de Türkçe bir şeyler bahsedeceğim. Hem de biraz sorularla bağlantılı bir yorum yapmak istiyorum. Bilim Kahramanları Derneği'nde ben gönüllü olarak çalışıyorum. İşte jürilik yapıyorum. Aynı zamanda ortaokul ve lise öğrencilerine sürdürülebilirlik anlamında işte bir şeyler anlatıyoruz. Kentsel tasarım vesaire. Bu yani Zemin İstanbul duymamıştım ama başka NGO'larla yani stakeholder'larla işbirliği yapmıştık. Hatta Pera Sanat Müzesi ile bir oyun düzenledik. Onların mesela şöyle ulaşıyorlar. Daha çok özel okullar, daha robotik kodlama hocaları falan öğrencileri topluyorlar ve onlarla bir proje geliştiriyorlar. Her senenin bir teması oluyor. İşte City Shaper'dı geçen sene, şehrini şekillendir. Ve Birleşmiş Milletler'in sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedefleri doğrultusunda ilerliyor. Çok özür dilerim, nefesim kesiyor çünkü alerji oldum. Hayır, Covid değil.
Maske
sabahtan beri 3 kez fıs fıs fıs falan. Burnum tıkalı. Çok özür dilerim. Covid değilim, sadece aşılarım falan tam.
Ortalık bir şey oldu.
Her neyse konuya döneyim. Tabii bu Bilim Kahramanları Derneği hani işte özel okullardaki hocalarla iletişime geçiyorlar. Bir de işte kendi sosyal medyaları vesaire işte eğitimleri ve şehirlere gidip işte tanıtımları, jürileriyle birlikte öğrencilere ulaşıyorlar. Bir de gönüllü olanlar işte mesela yıllar önce işte katılmış, sonrasında şimdi üniversitede kendi okulunu dahil ediyor. Aynı zamanda mesela işte ben de etrafımda duyduğum, ya etrafımdaki insanlara duyuru yapıyorum. İşte ilkokul öğrencileri sadece velileri bağlantısıyla online bu 2 sene boyunca pandemi sürecinde online olarak katıldı. Sadece veliler işte bir şey dolduruyorlar, form ve evden bir sürü etkinlik ve çok güzeldi. Çünkü mesela bu SDG'ler üzerinden birçok konuya değindik. Yani çok basit ama böyle işte robotik falan tabii ki şeylerde yapıyorlar ama hatta yarışmaları var. Ama mesela evden de böyle manuel olarak işte nohuttan kuleler veya işte bu merak makinesi falan vardı. Siz de sanırım katıldınız. Onda daha çok robotik hocalar falan var. Yani çok basit kodlamayla şeyler yapıyorlar ama genel olarak duyuru ve ulaşım çok rahattı onda. Yani belki...
Ya zaten veliler arasında çok fazla iletişim hızlı döndüğü için o WhatsApp grupları oluyor sanırım velilerin. Çok hızlı bir şekilde oradan da yayılabiliyor.
Ben aslında müsaade ederseniz şeyi söyleyeyim. Yani iletişim alanından geldiğim için belki de İpek'in sorusunu şöyle formüle etsek yanlış mı olur eğer müdahale ettiysem siz söyleyin ama yani çok büyük bir potansiyele sahipsiniz. Çok fazla geniş bir hedef kitleye işte Alice'in dediği gibi Hollanda nüfusundan daha fazla insana hitap eden bir kuruma da aitsiniz. Sanki bunların her bir hedef kitleniz için değer önermeniz nedir şeklinde bir stratejiye döküldüğü bir eylemden mi bahsediyoruz? Yani öyle bir düşünceniz veya planınız var mı? Çünkü mesela oyun sektörü veya oyunlaştırmanın getirebileceği şey her bir eğitimin içerisinde küçük küçük faydalar olmaktan öte bunu toplulukla ilişki kurmak için bir modele dönüştürmek ya da insanlara daha kolay erişmek için bir faydaya da dönüştürebiliriz. Ama bunun için zannedersem böyle geniş bir iletişim stratejisinden bahsediyor olmamız lazım. Yani doğru mu anladım dediğin? Estağfurullah. O Türkçe söyleme şeyinden oldu. O target grupta takıldı.
Evet yani şu an öyle bir geniş çaplı iletişim stratejisi yok. O sizin bahsettiğiniz oyun sektörüyle alakalı.
Yani, yok sadece oyun sektörü değil de yani bütün yaptığınız şeyleri yani şöyle düşünün. Eğer ben bir konuyu 27 milyon insana söylersem o çoğu insan tarafından duyulmaz. Ama kime neyi hangi formatta, hangi araçla ve tonla söyleyeceğimi, ne zaman söyleyeceğimi ve onlara önereceğim değerin ne olduğunu iyi bilirsem söylediğim her şey çok iyi hedefine ulaşır. Siz zaten güzel şeyler yapıyorsunuz. Bu bence ilave bir şey söylediğimiz. Hani hiçbir eksiği yok zaten yaptığınız şeyin. Ama böyle yaparsanız sanki iletişim stratejiniz de daha da güçlenebilir ve o zaman işte oyun da dahil pek çok farklı alanla daha net ilişki kurar mısınız diye bir düşünce geldi benim aklıma.
Kesinlikle.
Ben bir ekleme yapayım. Tabii ki her şey Zemin İstanbul üzerinden gitmiyor. İstanbul Planlama Ajansı da çok önemli bir pozisyona sahip. Bir şekilde aslında stratejiler oradan çıkıyor. Doğru mu? Hani bir şekilde zeminle bağlantısı olduğunu düşünüyorum. Çünkü İstanbul Planlama'nın ajansı içerisinde de birçok farklı hem veriyle nasıl...
Doğrudan bizle bağlantılı çalışmıyorlar ama girişimcilik noktasında onlar da biraz bu işe adım atmış durumdalar. Ama henüz ortak bir şeyleri yok, stratejileri yok.
Belki de bu ilginç olabilir.
Sadece İşlem Daire Başkanlığı kapsamında kendi çapımızda yaptığımız işler.
Önümüzdeki ay bundan bağımsız olarak o zaman önümüzdeki hafta Dutch Design Week'e katılıyoruz İPA ile birlikte, İstanbul Planlama Ajansı ile birlikte. Özellikle inceleyeceğimiz konulardan bir tanesi inclusivity ve demokratik süreçler, tasarım. Dolayısıyla birçok gaming, tasarım, gaming sektörüne bakacağız.
Katılımcılık noktasında onlar daha çok çalışıyorlar.
Evet.
Raporlama, çalıştay kısmında da çok fazla.
Aynen. O yüzden bir tarafı da bu. Ama yine de bence bu güzel bir kritikti. Hani benim ifade edemediğim ama sizin muhteşem ifade ettiğiniz komünikasyonu biz çok spesifik bir şey olarak görüyoruz birçoğumuz. Çoğu insanla birçok ülkede de aynı şekilde görülüyor ama komünikasyon etki yaratmaktan geçiyor. Sizin de bu kadar farklı kitleleriniz olduğu için daha ilginç bir şekilde daha gaming, oyun endüstrisini içine katabileceğiniz belki bir opsiyon yaratmak da ilginç olabilir. O yüzden buraya Burcu Hanım'la da konuştuğumuz zaman onun için de çok ilginç olmuştu o zaman. Hem şehir planlama açısından hem veriyi nasıl kullanabileceğimizden hem insanlarla komünikasyonumuzdan dolayısıyla umuyorum ki bu 2 günün sonunda ilginç deneyimler yaşama fırsatı da olmuş olur sizin için de.
Dutch Design Week müthiş bir şey olmuş. 2 sene önce deneyimlemiştim. Özellikle Amsterdam Belediyesi'nin halkı kucaklamak için yarattığı o forum ve etkinlikler, oyunlar bence sizin çok işinize yarayacaktır. Tam aklımdan onu geçiyordun, doğrudan söyledim.
Fiziki mi olacak bu arada?
Evet.
Fiziki olmalı.
Amsterdam bölümü çok fiziki değil ama Eindhoven fiziki.
Teşekkür ederim dinlediğiniz için.
Okay. Okay, I can easily explain. So Amsterdam is not face to face, but
Amsterdam is not going to be. Okay, for years they have done. Maybe you can tell about it also. Yeah, you want to tell about that?
Sorry, I got a bit confused by him talking. So now I don't know. It's about the Dutch Design Week.
Design Week used to be in Amsterdam and now it's in Eindhoven, so maybe you can tell that story.
Okay, well actually the Dutch Design Week was not really in Amsterdam, but always in Eindhoven. But yeah. Yeah, so I might. So this is the end of the day. The Dutch Design Week is in Eindhoven, and it's a collaboration of many institutes, because Eindhoven is sort of made themselves a hub for design, for Dutch design, because Philips is there, but also ASML is there, and the Dutch Design Academy is there, which is quite famous. And so they became a hub, and they are inviting everyone worldwide to come for 1 week. And they have very different themes. So health-related themes, educational themes, driving, homes, houses, all different themes. And the whole city is, actually it's 10 days. It's more than a week. They took an extra weekend. And it's really, really worthwhile viewing. And I also think last year was totally online, and I think this year is sort of hybrid. So, and it's a combination of business and academics and design, all about design. So it's very interesting. Sorry for the confusion.
But the program that you had in Amsterdam is not existing this year.
No, okay. But it was also very fantastic. The inclusiveness is the way of doing, the methodology. I really admire to be there. It's very nice. Because I just think when I was there, we have to think, and we have to. This is a very good case. Maybe we have to think and do it for Istanbul at first, because Amsterdam and Istanbul, same complexity, not same population, maybe. Oh, very nice.
Might be a good outcome of tomorrow evening. We decide that all of us go to to Amsterdam, Dutch Design Week next year.
Why not? Okay. So, could we go forward? Any more questions? Okay.
Yeah, go forward.
So we are talking about inclusiveness. So I think, Menno, you are the one has some words to say to us. Menno Dean is from Studio Lab. So if you could start up with your personal background, then jump into the topic. This is your turn.
Oh, thank you. Hello. I am Menno. I'd like to play a stupid game with you. I'll count to 10. And at 10, you all stand up. The first one standing, get 100 points. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Oh, wait, what's happening? What? This is a stupid game, right? And it's a stupid game because it's badly designed. And it's badly designed because I'm the one doing all the effort here. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Well done. Ooh, see? And what I think it's funny, like the guy all the way in the back, he's called Michel. He's not playing. It's the rules are because I'm playing with rules. It's awful. I'm an awful game designer here. I'd like to play another game with you. It's also a counting game, a little bit different than yours. So we're going to count to 10 together, but it's easy to explain in Dutch though. But so you say 1. 1.
2.
Thank you. Your voice is the best because it's loud. Everybody's muffled, maybe because of the mask, but you have to really shout out, right? Okay, so we're going to do the same thing again. I'm not going to point. We're going to turn off the lights. Can we do that? Really? Yeah. Can we turn off the lights? And you have to close your eyes. The rule is, if you say, so someone says 1, then someone else says 2, then someone else says 3. But you have to listen really carefully, because if someone else says 3, 2, like also 3, then we have to start over again. You can do this together. Really, really. Can we turn off the lights? Yeah? So close your eyes. All the eyes closed, okay. Let's start counting. Someone needs to start.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5, 6.
So we have to start again.
1, 2, 3, 4,
5,
6.
1,
2, 3, 4,
5.
Hey! Well done. I think we can turn the lights on again. You guys are the best designers ever, right? So the reason why I'm giving this example is that because I have a little bit of a difficulty with hierarchy, authority, people who say I have to do stuff, basically anything that takes away my autonomy. And that's what lots of people feel when they're neglected, when they're not represented. when they're not there. But how do you include people? It's not by standing on the stage and saying, I need to be included, right? That doesn't really help. It helps. It does help. So I really appreciate what people do, and that people are really, really angry because they're not in video games and they're not really represented. At the same time, it's like, oh, really? So you're not represented? Do something about it. In 2014, 13, 12-ish, something, the whole gender debate finally entered the game industry. And I was super psyched. This is good, right? We've had it like millions of years ago in the film industry. The game industry is maturing. We're finally getting to stuff that also matters, right? And but the only thing I saw at GDC and at conferences were really, really angry people. And they had right to be so, absolutely. But it gets a bit boring. And basically what they're doing is exactly the same as the other people are doing. You have to do this, you have to do this, and you have to do this. Instead of, wait, why not do this? Wouldn't it be fun? Oh, look at this example. That would be great, right? That would be nice. So I thought, how can we do this? How can we bring these people together and facilitate change? Change. Isn't that exciting? Do I have a thing? I had a presentation somewhere. Yeah. So, there it is. So I started a foundation called Games for Diversity. And in a couple of years, we've grown to a couple of more people. And nowadays, we're celebrating every year on Pride in Utrecht with a really cool boat. Oh yeah, does it? Oh, it's a shame. All right, so the movie isn't working, that's fine. You see people dancing on a boat and explaining why it's so cool to dress up as your favorite game character and show that the game industry is not only people in black shirts and long hair. I've done loads of game jams in the past, like Games for Diversity jams, Games for Health jams, Games for Research jams. Basically any game for will do. And what we do there is to inspire and connect. And I think that's the main thing about the game jams. Not so much the product that comes out of it, but basically what you make or the process of making. That's what it's all about. It's a jam session, right? It's not a competition. It's not a hackathon. It's not a sort of secretly, I want to steal your great ideas and put it in my own project plan. It's a jam session. And the word jam session comes from music jam, so you sit together, you play a little bit, make some cool music. It's probably shitty what you're making, but the process is so fun and you take so much away from these experiences that we wanted to offer that to people too. So we set up a couple of rules. People would be allowed to sleep, which wasn't really regular for game jams back then. It would be open to anyone, and we wanted to include new and unexpected perspectives. So the first game jam was for LGBTQ+. It was at Amnesty International in Amsterdam. There were loads of people, we got loads of media attention. I thought, I didn't expect this, right? And one of the games that came out of it was not this game, but it was called Queer. And in Queer, your difficulty level was based on your ethnicity, sexuality, and gender. So if you were black, gay, women, the game was basically unplayable. Which it wasn't really a good game, but the message was really strong. And 3 years later, South Park with, I think, The Fractured Whole, made a sort of similar thing with, depending on your ethnicity or the color of your skin, the game would be harder. I thought that was kind of cool. It didn't really matter in the game anyways, but, and I'm not sure if they've seen Queer, but it got some attention. But I'd like to think so. Who knows, right? Maybe we did change a little bit thing. Oh, there was a movie. Yep. So we did more of these jams. this was during the Syrian migration, a lot of Syrian children in the Netherlands, and we brought them to the Utrecht. We played all their playground games with them. I used those as inspiration for our games. And we think this is really important if you do a game jam for people. Well, it might be nice to invite them and get their perspective. Might seem obvious, but it's neglected most of the time in design processes and stuff. And it's actually kind of easy. You just bring them to the game jam and you ask them to join a team, and they're basically the best designers. You have to play during the game jam. Don't sit there, have all these talks. I try to sort of move around because I had to. But I try to play with everyone, get everybody into a playful mood. And it doesn't really matter what kind of games you play. This was with a huge collection of Bulgarian students at the University of Eindhoven. I don't know, they do internationalization, but they do it the other way around, so they just bring people to the school so the people from Brabant don't have to leave Brabant. And we played all sorts of games, and it's super fun to ask people what kinds of local or cultural game they have. And I don't want to be racist, but the Bulgarians really love to hit each other. At least that's what I learned that day. If you do something that is about a cool or an interesting new perspective, bring them to that perspective, bring them to that place, right? So we did a game jam on religion, and we went to the Dominican church in Zwolle, which is a small capital city in the Netherlands. And we had conversations with monks. We talked to basically only atheists, I think. And it became a really personal experience where people really felt hurt and really delve into that, like, why am I actually here on earth? So kind of philosophical. Really nice, but also the church really helped to sort of get into the mood. We've done other really weird places. We went into the forest to make games. We were in the swimming pool to make games. In the petanque hall. I don't even know how you call it. Jeu de boule. We went to therapy sessions and to mental health institutes. Those were actually not really inviting to be, but were also really inspiring. And actually changing the really weird, go to a really weird place and have the game jam there. It's good for marketing because people recognize it, but it's also really much fun because whenever do you come into, at least I never go to church. So. This was a great movie while they were doing it, but just watch it online. It's cool too. Not only do we do game jams in the Netherlands, we did it in LA, in San Francisco, in Melbourne. We worked together with BIC to have a game jam in Brazil, in Sao Paulo. And it's actually not that difficult to do because basically the only thing you need is Wi-Fi. So if you think like I need to do a game jam, don't think that you can do it wrong, or don't think you do something bad if you take a perspective that doesn't really fit you or doesn't work. Just do it. Just find a place with Wi-Fi and start working and make a game. We also do cafes. I sort of work in a cafe for a friend of mine, and as a sort of counter thank you, I'm allowed to host any event I like in the cafe. So we've done narrative summits and game dev cafe, but also games for diversity cafe, where we bring people together to talk about all kinds of stuff. This was on, and we have the boat, which is super fun. Yeah, look, that's me. I'm a big Pikachu. I like to stand in front of people, and I don't mind being the focus of all the attention. Thank you. But this was a bit too much, so I was happy to be in a big suit and doing this. Yeah, it's great. I worked at games at the Dutch Game Garden. I brought in a couple of workshops to make people aware that stereotyping is amazingly cool, but might be interesting to do something else and play with the stereotypes, which actually is even more fun and maybe a little bit unique sometimes. I organized an event called Dutch Courage. I do it in GDC and at Gamescom and also in the cafe, obviously. And I always have 3 games that it's a showcase for indie game developers. And I always pick 3 games under the Games for Diversity flag that are get a special space there for Games for Diversity games, which sounds really cool, but it's just a name. But it works, right? This was a great movie for Bernie that I wanted to finish off with. Bernie de Koven was one of my main inspirations, and he calls me his Facebook friend, which I think is really lovely, but actually met him a couple of times in real life, but this was a little bit earlier. He talks about that diversity is not so much about diversity, but it's about inclusion. And inclusion is about being open to anyone. And let's include even more people by just doing game jams about really cool subjects. And don't be scared to do something wrong. Thank you.
I'm sorry, it's me again. So basically, I'm trying to understand what you're physically doing actually. So what is a game jam? For example, can you give the example of that you have worked with the Syrian children? Now, what do you do physically? What can I imagine? Because we couldn't see the video, but what is it that I need
So I find a place that's able to host us for free. And then I find someone who would like to sponsor food. And then then we find a company or organization that wants to do something with something. Like we work with Ebor Foundation to make people more aware of a skin disease. And people with a skin disease have a lot of, how do you call it, Well, he explained to us, like when he was younger, he went to the schoolyard, and his parents were with him, and he was in a wheelchair. And when you have this skin disease, it becomes a little bit fragile, like really fragile, and you eventually die. It's a chronic terminal disease. And then the parents of other children walk up to his parents, standing next to him, talking over his head, asking, "Is it contagious or not?" Right? Those kinds of situations, and we wanted to make people aware that skin disease isn't contagious. It's just, and that people are just people, and even though they have a skin disease, they're still human beings, and maybe it would be nice to talk to them that way. So what we did is we found a place that was able to host us and was willing to host us. Then we sent out an email, do you want to do something about skin disease? And we called the theme of the game jam was Fuck First Impressions. And then everybody could come in, sign up. Then we got together for the weekend. And the people with the skin disease came in, told their stories, became part of a team. Then you had like an early morning concepting. You did some back and forth, facilitated a lot of conversation between people, between groups, and then they started making a game. And at the end of the week, end of the day, we had a small presentation to one another. We had drinks, we had mixers and stuff. And the next day, you just finish the game and you present it to each other. And you're done. And then you call the press that you did something cool, and sometimes people come.
And how do you earn your money? How is that?
We don't earn money.
You don't earn money. So no. This is basically on volunteer basis?
Yeah, okay. I think so. We ask money to participate, because if you don't ask money, people don't show up. Mm-hmm. So we ask people to pay 35 euros, and then the food is included, and then we sort of get out of the costs of I don't know.
But why don't you get funds and subsidies?
It's already hard to get people. If I have to find sponsorship too,
we need to talk.
Nah, it's fine. Like the thing is, like, you're doing this because you care about something, and that's what makes you authentic, and people believe what you're doing, and we don't care about the money. We care about the perspective and the inspiration that we get from it. And otherwise, you shouldn't do it, because then it's not true.
You said the process is more important than the end result.
Oh yeah, I had a really good story about the journey and
Exactly.
Star Trek. And
And you say there that it focuses also on the knowledge. But how do you get the knowledge out of the process? And how do you share it?
Yeah, all right. So thank you for the question and giving me the space on. We've done a couple of analysis on the game. So most of the time we try to gather the games, and we were so focused on the games themselves that we forgot the whole process that made it. So in between we started interviewing people, started to do more talks in between. But at the end I thought, like, who cares? The whole story is like, we're here together, we're thinking about this is inspirational. My horizon is a little bit more broader than it was before. Isn't that enough? And we made a cool game. What's that?
Let's do it here too.
Thank yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, if you want to, and if you want to become part of our big Games for Diversity family, join us. Wonderful. Yeah. Well,
that's also my question. Actually, it feels like an invitation for other people to start a game jam as well.
Yeah, you should.
And that's great, of course. And would you help people with?
Yeah, sure. But it's not. Yeah, sure. Call me.
Wow. There's a connection there.
Yeah. I'm ready. Nice.
Excuse my ignorance. When you say you're creating a game, you're calling in, with the group of people that are coming in, you're also calling in people that are coding and designing games at the same time.
All right. So
and at the end of the day, you have something that is virtually online, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay.
Well, I'll show you.
Thanks.
Yeah, great. So it's oh shit. No, that's anything. Sorry. Can someone sing a song? Thank you. So this game was designed at the first Game Jam 2013, I think. And it's a complete game, right? So they had coders, designers. Oh, it's not showing. All right. So it's complete with art, audio, text, battle system. So it was quite intense. Normally they don't make these kinds of cool games. And a little bit of ugly South Parkish style. So yeah, it's a sort of really difficult to understand game in a trailer that does not really work. Let's see. I have no. I think this was designed too. Yeah, I really can't remember what this story was about. But it's a two-player game, but it works completely, right? So you have a coder, a designer, an artist, at least 3 people. That's what you need, and basically a domain expert or something. It's like, yeah. And it's all about like stupid games. Like we made this game called Drag Cube. And you try to sort of figure out who you are, what you want to be, like by dragging cubes around. And then we tried to sort of make this digital, but that wasn't really much fun. So you can make a good prototype in 2 days, and the cool thing is that if you do it, you have to be really specific and really small. So the whole process from going to this huge big problem to this one little issue that you want to portray is already a big learning. Yeah, well, if I start this, I'll start showing you everything. That's so good.
So you're basically creating the game upon those workshops that you do, actually.
Yeah. So, well, okay. Workshops. No, the
or the game jam.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
You make a game in the weekend about a subject that you know nothing about.
Okay.
That's
I guess.
It.
Yeah.
First graders do it all the time during recess break every morning. They do it in 15 minutes. They make up games.
Menno, can we go back 2 steps earlier when you said something as don't be afraid to get the fears out and just start the jam. Can you tell a little bit about all the fears that you have encountered and give us courage?
I'm not giving you
follow
all the fears, right? So I think the game jam with the children from Syria was a big thing. We started this and we started to reach out to shelter, how do you call this? Refugee shelters, stuff. And nobody wanted to be part of it. And then finally someone wanted, and it was a lot of work to get them there. And then people in my surroundings started, well, aren't you afraid? Like these people have had such awful experiences, and I'm not sure if you can laugh and show teeth. Like, what? What's happening here? This is just bullshit. These people are just living here now, and they had a bad experience, an awful experience, but they're still people, but they have a great culture, and let's celebrate their culture. I remember that before I almost called it off because so many people in my surrounding were saying I shouldn't do it, and then the bus came, and I was shitting my pants, and then everybody started playing, and nobody cared anymore. So maybe if you're afraid, do it. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really. I'm over here. Can I respond? Because this is also a great bridge to tomorrow. Because I don't know if everyone saw in the schedule. Wait a minute, you can stay here next to me. In the schedule, that tomorrow we have a game jam planned in one day without Wi-Fi. So don't worry, but you will get a taste of this. We will not end with a real game, but there will be a prototype presentation that we will build together. So you will experience a game jam for the purpose of ArtsMaps. Tomorrow we will do that, and it's so great because I also wanted to tell you that I was involved with Shadow Game, which is a documentary made for teenage boys traveling through Europe to escape Afghanistan, Syria, Ghana, Ethiopia, so all these stories. And there is a game also developed, or prototype game for experiencing how it is as a teenager boy to travel on your own. And this documentary won the Dutch Grammy Oscar, which is really very cool. So they did a very good job, and it's exactly also what you say. These kids are still kids who want to play, and they see their journey traveling with all the risks. They named all the risks that they know from each other. They message each other via Facebook. They let each other know where are the dangerous situations, and all of them are called certain games, like the minefield game, and are you going to cross the bridge to the tunnel to the United Kingdom game. So they call all these levels is a game, and the documentary is really worthwhile watching. Shadow Game, and it's and I think what you say also, play and games is really breaking barriers. Very much so, and that's nice that Yunyan asks about being scared. That's about trying to be not scared. Is what we have to face, and that's really cool. Then, because I want to have a big applause for him. Thank you very much. And in our program, we now have a sort of connecting the dots and evaluate our day, but we overspend our day so much. So I think we just take that to tomorrow. Please take your question and takeaways along. So we start tomorrow, like what did we learn from today, and how are we going to build the game jam? Thank you.
Okay. So I think we are finalizing.
Yeah.
So we are asking a photo. Oh. Maybe could we all of we go to the stage and.
Fast.
Can we give a big applause?
Yes.
Sorry, big applause for Zemin. Zemin Istanbul. True. In the conversation. Apologies for that.
Thank you for creating that conversation.
Yeah.
Okay, to the stage and for a photo. Yeah. Yes, with a social distance.
1 meter in between.
Yeah. So there's lots of place.